We are Somerset Disabled Cricket Club, and this
Somerset County Cricket Club would very much like to thank our principal Vitality Glass partner, the Trade Nation, official Vitality Glass live stream partner, and official digital highlights press conference partner. Trade Nation is an online trading platform where individuals can trade shares, commodities, and foreign currencies on their own terms. The company offers a self-serve trading experience, low fixed charges, and no confusing terminology. So we're very much thank our official partners, Bradford's Building Supplies and Jurassic Fibre, for supporting us throughout the 2023 Vitality Glass campaign. Mentioning Jurassic Fibre, do visit and spend a lot of time at Fan Village today, sponsored by Jurassic Fibre. Community Group this year, launched on Friday, still situated at the St James Street site of the Associates County Ground, and features a lot more space and much wider range of entertainment food. Head down there. last try was on the big screen, which was some very, very good games between these two teams in action today. Somerset against Essex back in 2018.
Do you know, I'm so frustrated. I got booked and I get thinking of all these little people
Well, it's still a little bit like that. Good thing.
Thank you. And match day live stream will be in place without using it later. Instant replay or the action anyone who wants after an autograph today, please do make your way to the Derbyshire stand. We really do have it all the way through the afternoon. Great fun for the As I said, Somerset are flying at the moment, full of confidence, and they're going to showcase what that Friday night against the Essex. So let's immediately put the action to a massive win.
Yeah, but the trouble is, like, the age of boy was your talk, I said, oh, exactly. Whereas now, it's like cars, like cars go past anyway, and they're all used to all the new ones, it's all circuit ones. So, yeah, I've got never passed, yeah, it's just a place. It's these old ones, there's nothing in them. No, really sweet. But it's like we've just taken that route from workshops, talking to me saying, this is what's wrong, guys. And I think, why around with the spanners? Yeah. And like you said, you mentioned the circuit. Yeah, I think if it's not something related to a bit of some person like that, it's circuit. That's all I'm going to get. And if it tells them replace this, replace that, it's still they haven't got a clue.
one-day international organisations here at Somerset is still currently available that you can purchase on our website or from reception. There's no better way to watch a match than being in a premium quality hospitality suite at Associates Campground on any match day. Our renovated hospitality suites offer unrivaled views of the on-field action, and our outstanding team will ensure that all your eating needs are satisfied. We have an extensive array of refreshments and dining options available, ranging from breakfast to raising tables to buffets and afternoon tea. Our matchday hospitality packages are designed to meet your requirements. All suites have balcony or Juliet balcony viewing areas, enabling you to enjoy all of the action. For more information, please visit the reception again in the market or visit our website. Many thanks to today's match sponsor, Nigel King, all directors. They have helped you promote research in the town and wide region of Thompson, providing beautiful arrangements for all faiths and cultures, along with humanists and other non-religious services. Located at the heart of their communities, they take pride in the high standards of service that they offer.
Now time for the pitch report, and what is a magnificent day here in Taunton. Somerset are off to an absolute flyer, 5 in 5, the best start the club's ever had in T20 campaign. The pitch is the scene of Friday night's decimation of Middlesex. And when I have a look at the pitch, I wander down now to what I would describe as the business area, the area that the bowl.
made live cricket more accessible to everyone in our community and to reward those who've gone above and beyond to help us. Truly wonderful initiative. Now, I mentioned the fan village earlier, the Jurassic Fibre fan village is new and improved. It's only just launched, so you will be some of the first to enjoy it here at today's game. And I've got it to be stuck in miles going on to it.
Thanks very much. Yes, welcome to Norwich fan village. The atmosphere has grown very nicely ahead of your blast off. As we said, so much for the family to enjoy today. This isn't just a match of cricket, it's an event. If you look over to my right hand side here, you come down and test your footballing ability. Perhaps fancy a go at that. Dynamo's Cricket partnered with the Somerset Cricket Foundation to the simulator there to test out the goal with some of those chaps over there as well practicing their throwing on too. And finally, the circus skills centre here as well. It's a fantastic day out here at the Cooper Associate County Ground, getting out to the fan village. If that wasn't enough, that hasn't taken your appetite enough, why not head over to the Jurassic Fibre fan village park as well. Enjoy the live bands, music ahead of blast off as well. Country and a bit sweet. I'm really hoping right now for a desperate one.
Many of you were lucky enough to be here on Friday. You will know that Toby has an angelic singing voice, surely second only to Lionel Richie and Gabrielle, who are recording here at the Cooper Associates. Next Sunday, tickets and hospitality packages are available now. Ticketmaster.co.uk hospitality packages on our website. And as ever, the reception Somerset High Park in a trio as a pretty good voice. It's been catching up there. Very good friends. That's fabulous. Well, look at the big screens now.
Ship Lake, which is just 16 minutes from Burton Park. Thatcher Garden is launched with 137 acres of land, home to 65,700 trees. It's got the most amazing views over the oceans and across the Bristol Channel. No wonder our apples are so happy here. The apples are good varieties, Gallagher, 3 Beaters, Trevor Riverton, and Somerset Restaurant. There's even a royal variety, Prince William too. Well, it's time to harvest the shake apples from the tree using specialist tree shakers. Fascinating to watch. A lot more effective than back in the day when William Thatcher used to shake the trees like that. Once the apples are shaken in the tree, it's just a case of gently squeezing them up. The harvester has a giant brushes to collect the apples, transfer them to the trailer to the top of our tractor. Fantastic conditions in the top. Shaped like all the buildings that were estimated in number. That's impressive. It means to get the apples to Burton Park, they are still their absolute finest. The apples are fed into the mill and pressed into juice. Our cider making experts then ferment the juice and turn it into cider. This is probably the most important part of the whole taste it. Cider makers taste the cider every day to make it absolutely perfect. And that's a job to get. Hey, Martin, we're on to an application. Holidays were marketing the countryside. Exactly right. You taste it fully.
Excellent stuff there by Peter and Matches. The vegan team really have been very busy delivering away. They've been a tremendous day for you this afternoon. Keep looking up at those big screens. And have also been catching up with the Somerset disability team. Unfortunately, Dan passed away, but his legacy lives on. Club is now in its 26th year, and has established 3 successful teams. Access Sport recently conducted a survey that highlighted 70% of the young people with additional needs experience loneliness and isolation. Somerset Disabled Critical Club is an excellent level into this because not only does it bring people together, it helps develop those friendships and those bonds, a lot of which in mainstream cricket might take for granted. Years of training sessions and matches just to get you asking at the friendship development service, individual confidence and self-esteem, teamwork and resilience. It's not the guiding principle, I'm sure that will have to be and it's a great point for us to achieve the outcomes.
It's helping both that's where I am now.
ball is gone. First wicket of the day.
Again, walking at Overton this time.
Going to get at least a couple here, might get 4, does get 4. Now it's the end of the over, and it's a very good one because Somerset have their second wicket.
Pulling away is Eskenazi, vacant mid-wicket there, and that's going to race away. Almost can afford to do that as well. That's driven through the offside. The outfielders have a day out to win that game for their team. That's a brilliant shot. Excellent shot there.
Belting one up here into the Trescothic stand here. Again, using the angles, opening up that offside, and Max Holden steps away, and he steps away too far this time.
9 overs gone here. Eskenazi's still just on 18. He's going to chip that.
Beautiful bowling from Roloff. He's taken the pace right off that one. That is Essex, but like I said, we're only a quarter away through the night. Another chip down the ground, straight to the biggest hands in the southwest.
Back into the attack.
Another chip to mid-off, biggest hands in the southwest. Century you got here.
That's a good shot.
That is a magnificent shot. So hard to bowl at guys that have got played under 10 games in his career. He's reverse ramping and running down the wicket and belting the ball over.
Sutherland, full and driven straight down the ground, evades.
Anderson got into position for that really early, and Abel finally has his catch. Put one down earlier, but he's going to make no mistake there. Anderson.
He gets that one away. Bowled exceptionally well, 3 overs, 119. That's in the air, and that's going to be taken.
It doesn't matter about crossing, 3 batters always on strike.
Be out first ball, and it is out first ball.
It's really being a bit sensible.
And that's not sensible, but that's the way they're going to play, Sam. And Ben Green has picked up another one.
Thoughtful about the way he plays his cricket. Will Smeed with a beautiful shot. And the reply is almost always that after a turn down. I think you've got to be adaptive. And Will Smeed, you can't bowl on Will Smeed's hip. Swiveled away.
To win this game. Banton,
What
brilliant.
a great shot that is from Tom Banton. Oh, he's gone again. He's gone again. It's over extra cover, and it's gone all the way for... Helm has bowled an absolute beauty there, just nipped away. Helm to
high.
Banton, and well bowled, well directed bouncer.
Oh,
Oh my Lord, have mercy.
Looks like Tom Kohler-Cadmore is going to try and hit every ball for 6. He didn't. That's 6.
That's a clever shot. That is batting that he usually...
And that is quite special from Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
That's a top quality cricket shot from Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Keep evolving your game as batters do. You know, a lot of batters come in with a different shot every year, but I'm not sure, just by playing smart and good cricket shots. And no better example of that right on cue. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, a nice stride down the pitch. Oh my word, slower ball into the pitch, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore has dispatched that down St James Street. What a way to end a resounding victory from Somerset.
I could invite you in first. What are you going to do? You won the toss. Good result for you. What are you going to do first?
We're going to have a look to bowl first. I think most of the team took to chase here. highest scoring T20 ground in the world, so we back ourselves to chase down whatever's set.
And are the boys feeling confident? Couple of wins so far in the Blast. Any changes this afternoon as well?
Yeah, lots of games quickly. You can't dwell too much on wins and losses. You just got to keep resetting and make sure that you're doing the good stuff well. 3 changes for us today. Dan Lawrence is back with the England team, so Michael Pepper comes in for him, and Shane Snaton and Bella Allison come in with a couple of boys missing out.
Excellent. Well, all the best. We'll let you continue with your warm-ups. Lewis, if I could bring you across now. Of course, 100% record in the Blast so far, flying a great result on Friday. We've lost a toss today, but the boys, you know, they can cope with that, can't they?
Yeah, we're playing some really good cricket. It's obviously a different challenge here, back first and trying to defend the total, but no, we've got a lot of strength and depth in our team, so yeah, backing the boys to go out and perform.
And for those maybe arriving a bit late, any changes this afternoon for you guys?
Yeah, we've got a couple of changes. Henners comes back into slug with a little rotation of the bowlers. Bance is not quite ready to go, so Dicko makes his debut.
Brilliant. Lewis, all the best today. Hopefully you can make it 6 from 6. So there's the result from the toss. Essex won it, and they will bowl first.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. The sun is shining, and we have Vitality Blast action once more for you. Somerset versus Essex. As you saw just a second ago, Essex skipper Simon Harmer won the toss and elected to bowl. It seems to be the way teams tend to approach T20 these days. I'm Sam Dallin, we've got Peter Ego alongside us all day, and Charlie Taylor is alongside me as well. Good afternoon, Charlie. How are you?
What a day! Look at this, the Quantox bathed in sunshine. We've got the teams warming out in front of us. These last few weeks just been, it's sort of making up for how wet the start of the season was, wasn't it? We finally feel like we're seeing proper cricket weather, and it is really glorious. And today, especially with the 2:30 start rather than the evening starts, it's just so warm, but still it just feels like real cricket season.
Oh, it's beautiful. The pitch is looking wonderful, as is the Somerset team sheet. Yes, 5 wins from 5 games. Somerset, a couple of changes for Lewis Gregory's side today. Tom Banton just not quite there. Some of you may remember he retired not out with a bit of a side strain. It's not too serious, but he's going to sit out of today's game. So Sean Dixon comes in for his Somerset T20 debut. Tom Kohler-Cadmore takes the gloves, and how about this? Not a bad man to rotate back in. Matt Henry is in. Josh Davey sits out this one. So that Somerset side in full with Dixon, Smead, Kohler-Cadmore, Abel, Lammonby, Lewis Gregory, Green, Van der Merwe, Overton, Henry, Siddle, Charlie Taylor. Bit disappointing how few Toms there are on that side. We've only got 3 rather than 4.
Yeah, it is a shame to miss out on that extremely important part of the game, which is how many Toms can you squeeze into the top order. A big shame for Somerset to miss out on Banton. He's been in really good form, so to have him away from this side is a shame, but interesting to see what Sean Dixon will do.
Yeah, big opportunity for Sean Dixon, who has been scoring runs in the 2s, particularly a few weeks ago, made a couple of 70 odds, so excited to see what Sean Dixon can do. I saw Sussex last night, I think were copying. They had 3 Toms in their top order.
Not quite enough, is it? You need 4, really.
It's catching on. Right, Essex side then. Essex, who started their campaign slightly late. They had that warm-up game against Ireland at Chelmsford, so they've only played the 3 games so far. They won their first 2. They lost to Hampshire. They got heavily beaten by Hampshire, actually, but it's a strong side. They've made 3 changes. Unfortunately for them, Dan Lawrence isn't available. He's back in the test squad. Feroz Kushi he picked up a knock on his arm when he was batting against Hampshire, so he misses out, and Aaron Nijar, the left-arm spinner, misses out. So their side in full is Adam Rossington, Robin Dass, we expect to be bumped back up the order, Michael Pepper, exciting player Michael Pepper, he comes in for his first T20 appearance of the season. Matt Critchley, Paul Walter, Tom Wesley, Daniel Sams, their overseas left-armer, Australian, really brilliant cricketer. Simon Harmer, the skipper, what a county cricket legend he is. Shane Snater comes back into side, and Ben Allison comes back into the side, and there is Sam Cook, who's turned himself into a wonderful white ball bowler. So 3 changes for Essex. Charlie, that is a strong looking lineup.
It's a very strong lineup. It's a good side, Essex. Of course, they won it 2021, I want to say. They were victors. So they are a team that knows how to win these games. That was with Ravi Bopara, that makes a big difference. So they are a very strong side, generally speaking. We should also remember Peter Siddle played for Essex for many years, so they'll know a lot about him when he comes on to bowl a bit later on. That rivalry, we'll see whether it's one of those where he doesn't celebrate wickets or one where actually he celebrates them more.
I think Peter Siddle will celebrate his wickets.
He loves it, doesn't he?
A few years previously, Charlie, time has flown by in the pandemic. 2019 they won.
2019,
Simon
a big one.
Harmer
Pre-COVID.
a day out. Yeah, he really did. Simon Harmer, he is one to be wary about. A bit of a shame that Dan Lawrence can't play. Looking forward to seeing, well, would have been looking forward to seeing him back. But that middle order I really like. Critchley, Walter, Wesley, Sams. There is power in that middle order.
Batting and bowling a lot in there actually. They're strong all-rounders in this Essex side, and that's something that is echoed in the Somerset side too, so it'll be really interesting to see how these two go. They are a serious side. They chased down 196 in their first game of the season against Gloucestershire, so that's a statement of intent right there from Essex. 195 didn't daunt them. Okay, it was a fairly good pitch, but still, you've got to chase down almost 200 runs in your first game. That's a proof that is a serious batting side, and they've got all that power in the bowling as well.
It's going to be a big challenge for Somerset. We're going to have very shortly Kevin Sturmey of Taunton Town Football Club alongside me. I know the football season's finished, but we've got to celebrate local sport. But before that, how about let's get ourselves hyped up for this game. It's warm. I know we might be sweating if we get too hyped, but hey, it's always good for some Vitality Blast hype. Well, there you go. I don't know about you guys and girls, but I am definitely hyped now. As promised, I have got Kevin Sturmey alongside me. A former cricketer, actually. I think you might have played a bit of twos for Somerset back in the day, Kev.
No, just under 19s, right through the age groups. No, I was in the 12, but I had an exam. And so I couldn't play for the seconds when I was 16, I think.
Oh, there you go.
Played right up to under 19s, coached a bit, and had a long career for Taunton.
I see. Well, there you go. It's an example for any kids out there. If you've got an exam, prioritise that over sport. But Kev,
I wish I'd done the second.
You've got a different hat on today, quite literally, because you're down here celebrating the work of Taunton Town Football Club. Congratulations, by the way. First season at National League level. And I'm going to use the word survival, but it was quite comfortable in the end. You must be delighted.
Yeah, 14 points from playoffs and 14 points from relegation, so it shows what a competitive league it is. No easy games, massive learning curve for us. We just need more money, more supporters. It's very, very simple football. But great league to be in, totally different in terms of what we've been used to. It's professional football, but we're part-time, and we'll stay part-time until one day, hopefully we'll go up to the next level.
And there's a few links, isn't there, as well? A few of your squad are quite decent cricketers as well.
Yeah, that's right. There's Lloyd, obviously. Lloyd Irish is good. He's now our goalie coach and backup keeper. And I think generally, like most people, certainly my age, and I'm very old now, I play everything. I tried to play every sport. Cricket became my biggest sport. Football was growing up, and then cricket took over. But I love all sport. I wish I could still play anything. Even just playing a bit of tennis against the wall, I probably couldn't do now because my shoulders would drop off or something.
You do yourself a disservice, Kev. Right, tell us because when I drove into the Cooper Associates County Ground today, I parked my car with my mum's car. Actually, I shouldn't claim it as mine. And the first thing I saw was a Taunton Town, a tent, a kind of a veranda, marquee, let's call it marquee.
A gazebo and a nice little table cover. But yeah, we're here, just a bit of community engagement, and we've also brought along Rich Smith, who we're partnering with Football Fun Factory, who does basically fun games. So there's football darts for the kids to play and getting a photo with the selfie board, and so just a bit of engagement. We've met some season ticket holders already and some fans, and did meet a Yeovil fan, and he asked our mascot why he wasn't wearing a Yeovil shirt, and we said relegation maybe. But no, it's great. It's great to meet people, chat to people. And obviously, if anybody wants to buy a season ticket, we can do that. And we've just partnered with Fanbase to make it easier to buy items from the shop and tickets on match days and season tickets.
Yeah, I've been down to the ground a fair few times in the last couple of years. I used to go all the time. It's a brilliant time to get involved. I mean, the league next season is really exciting. I know the National League South can be quite London-centric, but the way it's shaped up for next year, you must be delighted.
Yeah, it feels like we spend most of our time in the east of the country at Kent and Essex and one club in Sussex, so it's quite similar to cricket, I suppose, in that way, but great to see Bath, Chippenham, Weston, Truro, Weymouth, and of course now Yeovil and Torquay, so it's fantastic for us and great for the Southwest.
What's the biggest derby? What's going to be the Boxing Day and New Year's Eve game, do you reckon?
Well, we're hoping that the National League always seem to have an opposite game, but I think that's historically because there weren't so many local derbies. So we would, Yeovil's our biggest derby. Obviously we've got Tiverton pre-season, which we're reenacting. It'll be a home and away friendly. But Torquay's going to be a great game. We're hopeful we're going to sell out for Torquay and the Oval. That's why we're encouraging people to buy a season ticket, because you're guaranteed entry, and it also guarantees cup tickets. And of course, target next year's second round proper. We've never reached there.
Had a run to the first round a couple of years ago, didn't you?
Last year, MK Dons,
of course, I was there.
Who spanked us, unfortunately,
yes.
And but Barrow in 2016, we should have won at home, and Swindon Town in 1981. But second round proper is it used to be the first round proper, and I think now the way it's structured in terms of prize money and TV, second round proper is the holy grail now.
Yeah, magic. Well, Kevin, thank you so much for joining us. People can find you down there in the car park by the On Dartshire Pavilion all afternoon?
All afternoon, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. May even get a chance to watch a few balls being bowled and smacked out of the ground.
5 from 5 so far. Is it going to be 6 from 6?
Incredible, isn't it? Incredible. And nice to see. And, of course, it's a strange one because it's a league and then a knockout tournament. So, you don't want to peak too early, I guess. But, winning's a habit, let's face it. And if Somerset keep playing like they do, they're going to be hard to beat, I would think.
Yeah, it's very exciting. There's wonderful cricket here to watch at the Cooper Associates County Ground during the summer, and then there's some fine football that people can head down. Only down the road as well. What are we, probably a mile and a half away?
Yeah, easy walking distance. I've always thought, in the summer when we play pre-season, could we link, with a match? And but of course, it's all very difficult these days. With people's time is very precious, and but yeah, we're not very far away.
Magic. Well, thank you very, very much.
Thanks for having me, Sam.
There's already a bit of crossover, I know, between Somerset cricket supporters and Somerset football, Taunton Town football fans. Hopefully after today there will be a few more come next season. There is Kevin Sternley, everybody. Right, video time again, folks. I'm going to throw you across. Enjoy what is coming.
We are Somerset Disabled Cricket Club, and this is our story. Somerset Disabled Cricket Club was formed back in 1997 by a wonderful chap called Dan Hodges. Unfortunately, Dan has passed away, but his legacy lives on. The club is now into its 26th year and has established 3 successful teams. Access Sport recently conducted a survey that highlighted 70% of young people with additional needs experience loneliness and isolation.
It starts to affect when you start school, so making friends at the start of school is quite challenging. And then
Somerset Disabled Cricket Club is an excellent remedy to this, because not only does it bring people together, it helps develop those friendships and those bonds, a lot of which people in mainstream cricket might take for granted.
It's helped by the social aspect, so meeting new people and something just to do that is enjoyable, and especially in the hard times at school, after school then I can just go and play cricket and kind of forget about the rest of the day.
Definitely, I'd probably more for the social side overall, so just being able to sort of interact with others within her team. And it's not that she doesn't want to, but she can find that quite difficult sometimes. And I think specifically with the disability team, the fact that she's part of a group who probably understand her better and she understands them, I think that makes her feel even more part of it. So.
The years of training sessions and matches has creating lasting friendships, and these bonds will always be the best thing about Somerset Disabled Cricket Club. As the friendships develop, so does each individual's confidence, self-esteem, teamwork and resilience. These are the guiding principles that I'm sure Dan would have instilled 26 years ago, and it's great that the club is still achieving these outcomes.
It's really good. They helped me bat and bowl really good. Get my confidence up.
All of those, she really enjoys the disability cricket because just the atmosphere that's created, and I think that in itself has really sort of brought her out of her shell a bit more, and she seems a bit more sort of communicative with others around her. So yeah, that's definitely helped her.
It's helped me develop as a player, helped me become probably a better player I am now, really, because it's helped me through my social aspects. It's probably helped me a lot. I know these boys like they're my family, really.
Somerset County Cricket Club means so much to so many people, and representing the county with the wyvern on the shirt creates a whole different level of togetherness. It's something that's bigger than any individual, team, coach or league title. It's a chance to proudly represent Somerset.
Being part of the team is almost as important as the result or the cricket match.
I suppose it just sort of means that you're representing something that's bigger than just one person and just oneself.
Just it being Somerset, still Somerset, and representing the same people. Even though it may be disability cricket, but we're still representing everyone in Somerset.
The wyvern on your shirt, it's all the same. And it's such a welcoming club, whether you, as I say, from the first team all the way down, and I can't big it up enough because they're just wonderful people.
What does success look like for Somerset Disabled Cricket Club? For me, it's about providing a level of opportunity that meets our membership. Of course, the Super 9s team want to win the South West Division and become regional champions, but we also want to recruit more players to allow us to establish a second team. Like any club, we are keen for more volunteers to support as coaches, scorers, umpires, as well as wanting to raise awareness about the club so that we can attract more players. Long term, perhaps a hardball cricket team that can compete in the regional D40. However, whatever the future holds, our players will always be at the centre of those decisions, in line with Dan's values when he started the club 26 years ago. We are Somerset Disabled Cricket Club. This is our story.
There we go. Some of the brilliant work by the Somerset Disabled Cricket Club. Wonderful video put together there. We're just over 10 minutes away from the first ball being bowled here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Sam Dalling here, joined by Pete Trigo. Triggs, 5 from 5 Somerset. Had to make a couple of changes. Well, made one forced change, but made another change. Strength and depth is just brilliant for this squad at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I had a catch up with Andy Hurry, or Sarge as the players and supporters call him. I had a chat with him earlier about the depth and the fact that, you know, in these first 5 games, which is the club's best start in, you know, the Vitality Blast in the 20 years it's been going, you know, players are coming in and out, but it's not affecting performance. You know, Craig Overton has missed one. Matt Henry's missed one. You know, big marquee players, and it hasn't affected the result. That's a huge sign of strength. Obviously today, you know, missing out on Tom Banton's a little bit of a blow, because he looks like the Tom Banton of old. He's playing with freedom, he's playing with class, he's hitting the ball beautifully. But Sean Dixon comes in to replace him. He's been scoring a heap of runs in the second 11 from what I've seen at a pretty healthy strike rate as well. So, you know, I suppose there's a little bit of pressure on him on the sort of back of what was an iffy start in the county championship in his Somerset career. But, you know, what a great place to, you know, re-stamp your name on what you're about, a full house at Taunton on a Sunday, on what looks to be a lovely pitch. The pitch that was played or used on Friday night against the Middlesex side that were, let's face it, pretty decimated by a high-quality performing Somerset team. But that green tinge has now turned slightly white. It looks like a Taunton pitch of old.
No Tom Banton, but we have got his usual opening partner, and Will Smead was looking a little bit brighter as well. He was back to something like his old self. I know it was only 20-odd he got against Middlesex, but that would do his confidence well to good.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what I liked about that innings in particular, that, I think Will Smead, in his young career so far, he's synonymous with those shots off of the hip, the big sixes into the leg side. But he played a couple of real classical cover drives as well. So, combining the natural talent and ball striking ability that he's got with some quality cricket shots, looks like from the outside that he's worked very hard on just retaining a good shape and hitting good cricket shots. And yeah, those few cover drives were imperious.
Yeah, wonderful player, Will Smead. Right, as I said, we're nearly ready to go. Triggs, you've been working hard already today. You've been down there doing your pitch report. We're going to have a look at that in a second. But before that, for those of you who are new to T20 cricket, or those of you who just want a little bit of a reminder, here's an overview of some of the key rules you need to know.
Each match is played by 2 teams of 11 players. Some are batters, some are bowlers, and there's 1 wicket-keeper. Both teams have a chance to bat and bowl. Look out for the coin toss. That's how they decide which team bats or bowls first. Each team has 20 overs to score as many runs as possible. The team with the most runs wins the game. 1 over is made up of 6 good deliveries from the bowler. To score runs, batters hit the ball and run between the stumps. If the ball reaches the boundary, it's 4 runs, and if it gets there without bouncing, that's a 6. While the batting team is scoring runs, the bowling team are trying to stop them and get the batters out by taking wickets. A few ways batters can be out are bowled, caught, run out, stumped, and LBW. Watch out for signals from the umpires, 4s, 6s, wickets, and these when a bad delivery has been bowled. Bad deliveries add runs to the batting team's score, and the bowler must bowl an extra ball. If you see the umpire doing this, the next ball is a free hit, and the batter cannot be out, bowled, caught, LBW, or stumped. And those are all the basics you need to know to get behind your team in this year's Vitality Blast competition.
Now time for the pitch report, and what is a magnificent day here in Taunton. Somerset are off to an absolute flyer, 5 in 5, the best start the club's ever had in a T20 campaign. The pitch is the scene of Friday night's decimation of Middlesex. And when I have a look at the pitch, I wander down now to what I would describe as the business area, the area that the bowlers will want to bowl. It looks like that green tinge has just started to white off a little bit. The grass is starting to die, and that generally means that it'll be an absolute belter to bat on. I really do think that this is going to be an exciting and very high-scoring game of cricket, and can't wait. This is going to be rammed, it's going to be packed out, the weather's perfect, the cider will be flowing, and I'm sure it's going to be a great game of cricket.
Thanks very much, Pete, who's been down on the pitch taking a look at it. And he's up here with us in the box now. It's a beautiful day, good-looking pitch. What do you reckon's going to happen here? Somerset batting first.
Isn't it just a great day? I was getting ready and I thought, shall I put the suit on? Absolutely no chance today. It's definitely a T-shirt day. Baking hot at Taunton. And I think that time that the pitch has been out in the elements, in the sunshine, has just taken that green tinge out of the pitch, which normally sort of leans to the fact that it might nip a little bit. I think that's gone. It's gone a lot whiter. It looks like a Taunton pitch of old. Like I said to Sam a minute ago, it's a batter's paradise. The boundaries are in slightly. It's the sun's shining. It's just a great day for batting. I know Somerset won the toss. It can be hard to defend here at Taunton, but with the power that Somerset have in their lineup, I expect them to put on a pretty sizable score this first innings.
It is a glorious afternoon here. 5 from 5 so far for Somerset. Mostly chasing. I think 4 chases and 1 where they've defended. You're saying there about the fact they've got power. Essex will fancy it as well, won't they? Some serious talent in that side today. Bowling and batting. Both disciplines looking really strong from both sides.
Yeah, no doubt this is probably one of the main challenges, I think, of the qualification period. Essex are not only a talented side, they're a well-drilled side. They're very, very smart in the way they play their cricket. Carry a lot of confidence as well. They're a very confident unit historically and in the recent future, recent past. Sorry. So yeah, I mean, I suspect this is going to be big challenge. And I think the modern game now, I think it does lend to chasing. I think the stats say that chasing teams have a lot more success in T20 cricket. And I think, you know, because of the batting skills now, the 360 games, the ramps and all the different shots, it's very hard to defend the game, a total, especially on a small ground like Taunton. You kind of feel like you can chase anything, but you know, Somerset with their lineup, with their power, you know, I think they'll back themselves whether they're chasing or setting at the moment. Nothing breeds confidence like winning, and you know, Somerset are 5 in 5, so confidence will be at an all-time high.
How big a blow is that to lose Tom Banton, then, someone who's really set the pace and tone at the top of the order so far?
Well, yeah, very much like I was saying. I mean, Tom Banton is one of those guys that scores 360 from ball one, which is so difficult. I think you're very used to seeing ramps towards the back end of an innings. Not many people do it against the new ball, and that poses a huge challenge for the opposition captain. Tom Banton, you know, he's made his name in cricket from reverse sweeping 85-mile-an-hour bowlers over third man for 6 and ramps over the keeper. So I think as a bowler, when you're standing at the top of the mark and against most players with a new ball, you have an idea of where they're going to try and hit you. And most guys are going to try and hit you down the ground or towards the leg side. Whereas I think that gives you a little bit of confidence as a bowler, whereas you look at someone like Tom Banton and you're not sure where to put your two fielders out. So he's set an amazing tone. So it is a blow. We hope he recovers quickly. But, you know, as I mentioned to Andy Hurry a minute ago, you know, his remit is compiling a squad that can all win games, and you just seem to be replacing quality with quality with the Somerset lineup at the moment. So a great place for the captain and the club to be.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Sean Dixon, how he goes about replacing Tom Banton. Kola Cadmore will take the gloves, just out of interest. Not that will happen in this innings, but Kola Cadmore, will see him for the first time in Somerset shirt behind the stumps. So we'll see how that all goes on. But the two Somerset batters make their way out. That's Will Smead, who's getting a few 20s, but yet to really get going in this tournament so far. And Sean Dixon, who, well, this is his T20 debut for the club, certainly in the first 11 anyway. So we look forward to seeing that too. So we've got Ian Blackwell and Billy Taylor, umpires today. Crowd making their way in. It's just a sun-drenched crowd here at Taunton. One of those beautiful days.
I could be wrong, Charlie, but I think that's Tom Lammonby that's gone out to open the batting. The left-hand, right-hand combination, trumping the addition of Sean Dixon.
You are correct. It is Tom Lammonby. So there we go. They've decided Sean Dixon not going to open up today. So it's not a like-for-like replacement. So Tom Lammonby moved up the order from 5, where he's been coming in games up until this point. So we'll see what he can do, because he's a really talented player. Someone who also can score 360 around the ground.
Yeah, I think as well you've got that left-hand, right-hand combination, which also poses a little bit of a problem. Probably one of the unluckiest bowlers in county cricket at the moment, Sam Cook, opening the innings. I was having a look the other day, you know, the selection of Josh Tongue into the England side. Sam Cook sitting on a first-class bowling average of 19. Quality bowler. Doesn't often bowl too many bad balls, and that wasn't one, but it was met with an unbelievable shot from Tom Lammonby. What a way to start the innings. A beautiful, classic off drive, straight down the ground here, and races away for 4.
Well, we were talking about scoring all around the ground. Well, you're going to score like that, you don't need the rest of the ground, the 360 angle of it. It's got this beautiful straight drive to start us off. So Lammonby, with his intent, 4 from the first ball.
Dragged his length back, and a little bit of nip going across him, so a little bit of a loose lead, you'd say, by Sam Cook, but he's back into his business. Umpires today, Billy Taylor, and ex-Somerset player Ian Blackwell.
Don't expect any help from Blackie, though. He's done plenty of this now. He's been around the circuit a long time, really, as an umpire, last few years.
Yeah, it's always nice to see your old teammates, an old roommate, actually, Blackie. Sam Cook into that length, as he's well known. He hits a real good sort of, well, they call it the 7-yard length from the stumps. You know, that sort of in-between length where you're not sure if you should push forward or push back. That first one was a bit of a floaty loosener. Lammonby has made the most of that one, but the last two balls are very much what you expect to see from a bowler like Sam Cook.
You didn't fancy the umpire life then when you retired?
I can't concentrate that long, Charlie. Another beautiful shot, but well fielded by Paul Walter. The enormous figure of Paul Walter at mid-on. It's very wise to place someone of his size at mid-on. Those ones that just creep over the top, I think would end up in his hands. He's a big fella.
Massive.
6'6" at least, I would have thought.
Huge player.
Yeah. And the thought of concentrating every single ball, Charlie, just fills me with absolute fear. Sam Cook into length and swatted away. Just to the left-hand side of Paul Walter, and not even his enormous frame can get there. Two cracking shots so far from Tom Lammonby, picking up where Tom Banton left off.
6'7", Paul Walter, and that was full stretch dive from him. Couldn't get there.
Yeah, great start. You sense that the similar lengths that were bowled on Friday night on the same pitch, slightly greener, were just nipping around a little bit on the Middlesex batters. Definitely looks like it has dried out and will be a very good batting wicket tonight. Sam Cook round the wicket into Lammonby, into the hip, clipped out to square leg. You'd have to say a very, very good opening over for the Somerset pair.
Yeah, 9 off the first over. I think you'd take that when you against someone like Sam Cook, who can be a very tricky customer, really. So it's a good start from Somerset, especially in that new slot for Lammonby, who has nicked the strike. So he obviously enjoyed that first one.
Yeah, let's hope he's not one of those cricketers that counts every ball and looks for the single off the sixth. But sure, that's not the case. Yeah, a lot of teams for years now have bowled a spinner in that first over just to sneak an over out. They've gone for the more attacking option. Yeah, 9 runs is a lovely start.
Somerset did it for a while with Max Waller, didn't they? That season where he started most games, started with an over, just 1 over from Waller. Didn't go, as far as I remember, didn't work. Didn't do too badly. I think it was quite a good
I
tactic.
kind of think that the first over is historically known as the easiest one to bowl, but the game's ever evolving. I think batters just start going hard and spin now. Daniel Sams from the River End, the Australian left armer, is playing all over the world in all the different competitions, IPLs, big bashes. Has a lot of success, so something a little bit different with the left arm swing to Lammonby.
Yeah, serious player, Daniel Sams, former Mumbai Indians player, as you say, around the world. Don't think this heat will be too bad for the Australian. It's quite hot out there, but when you're used to playing in India and Australia, it's probably fairly benign.
A little bit of swing on offer there from Sams, but not as hard as Tom Lammonby swung a thick edge over third man for 4. Lammonby is certainly meaning business.
Well, you take them as they come, and in the power play you can afford that sort of thing, can't you? As long as you get it over that inner ring, generally all right. Only the 2 fielders outside of it to look out for. But yeah, if you're going to flash hard, they say, and that really was a big old swing.
That had the kitchen sink and some attached to it. Quite an unusual field, really, having the backward or the gully line out instead of the third man. I think deep square leg third man used to be a bit more of a conventional field. Sam's in again to Lammonby, a little bit more circumspect on that length. Nice and watchful. He probably identifying that he's got off to a nice little flyer. No need to give it away. I still think that there is a place for, giving yourself a couple of balls just to get the real feel of the wicket and the conditions, especially if you have got off to a little bit of a flyer.
I heard you say that on the commentary on Friday, and talking about actually there is time in a T20, despite the fact you've only got 120 balls. Actually, that's still enough time and can be worthwhile. So down the leg side, did it flick the pad? Yep, I mean Blackwell thinks so. He's not signalled a wide.
He's got away with that, just onto the hip of Lammonby. Looks like he's caught the thigh pad, taken all the sting out of it.
Smead yet to face the ball. He's been like us, he's been a spectator so far.
Yeah, he'll be itching.
Yeah.
Saw him having a net earlier, just thumping the ball into the net. The coaches were bowling at him with the slinger. That's a lovely ball there from Daniel Sams. A little bit of swing and a tiny bit of nip off the seam through to Adam Rossington.
Interesting, the surface just offering a bit there. Siddle, Overton might be watching that with interest if that continues.
Yeah, I think that kind of lends into my rather old-fashioned theory of being able to see a few, because a brand new ball is going to do something, and rather than give your wicket away, you can afford a few dot balls. Lammonby punches straight back down the ground. That ends the second over, and a well bowled one from Daniel Sams.
I'm glad I said that tactic of bowling Max Waller at the start of that season worked, because he's just turned up in the box here.
Yeah,
if I'd said no, it hadn't worked, he might be staring down the back of my neck right now.
Yeah, I think I was saying something about how good a bloke he was and good cricket. Oh no! Oh, hi Max. Yeah, nice start from the Somerset pair. We've got Toby in the crowd at the moment, chatting to a young fan.
Toby's got his shades on.
It's looking pretty cool today.
Got to watch it with that forehead, mate. Can't be too careful.
Well, he's normally sheltered by the stands at Ashton Gate, isn't he? He's not used to being out in the sunshine. He's like a sporting hobbit.
Third over begins, and it will be Smead to face his first ball. He's going to pick up a single. And Ben Allison, it is the new bowler. Round of applause for Smead getting his first run, but he's found himself off strike again, so just the one ball.
Yeah, change of bowling. Already 3 overs bowled, 3 different bowlers, and I think that's another sign of what Somerset have done really well. Craig Overton has bowled a lot of his overs the other night. Josh Davey the same. They've bowled the same bowler throughout the whole power play, providing they weren't taking too much damage. But Lammonby, predicting that he's going to bowl into the pitch, has just stepped aside and flat batted that back past the bowler. Very intimidating place to bowl here at Taunton, and shots like that are the reason why.
That is intelligent cricket, isn't it, from Lammonby there? As you say, sort of judging, knowing what's going to come, looking at the bowler, working out what he's going to do, and making that room for himself. Almost hit it like almost a baseball shot there, wasn't it? Completely flat batted down the ground.
Yeah, I think you can assume when you have a bowler of height that is his attribute, that he hits the deck hard, so you can kind of predict that's the likelihood, especially when the bowler is going to some chances, see what his response is. But it's instantly to go around the wicket. Lammonby has missed out there. I think that's a great option, what he's just done there. Anything on it, and that's 4. Just narrowly misses out.
Yeah, no, again, the right option from Lammonby, or one of several potentially right options there, and just not quite connecting.
Another delivery on a very similar length as well, so certainly a bowler that you could take some gambles at, I think.
Oh, he's nearly put that on his own stumps there. Would have been really far wide if he'd managed to get out of the way of it.
I mean, how that's a dot ball is quite remarkable. That was either a wide, that was like a gutter ball in 10-pin bowling, and how that has ended up a dot ball is quite remarkable. You couldn't do that. If you tried that shot 1,000 times, you wouldn't do that again.
It wasn't far away from directing it onto his stumps. Don't know how quite he managed it from the shot he played, how he managed to put that back towards there, but he survives. Dot ball, as Pete was saying. Surprising dot ball. 18 without loss. Comes Allison again. And this is what he was trying to do last time. All the way. That's the first 6 of the day. Great shot from Tom Lammonby, who looks in good touch.
What a great start from Lammers. I think it's such a, like I said, a tough place to bowl. Very intimidating. Allison bowled a very brave delivery the ball before, following him. Lammers has stuck to task. He's tried to follow him, but he's followed the middle of his bat there.
Remember, he already on 23.
Steps away and swats to the offside. Not surprised he's faced all the balls.
That's true.
Will Smead will be tamping at the other end.
Well, he's going to have a go now because that's the end of the over, and it was a dot ball. Yeah, Lammonby, really impressive there. Quite brave cricket, stepping away from the stumps. There's a lot of intelligence. We talked about trying to work out what the bowler was doing before he bowls it. Very impressive from Lambie, who's coming into this slot to fill in for Tom Banton.
I think what that says is the batters already feel like they can trust the wicket. You know, lending to the fact that it has lost its green tinge. The bounce is going to be very true. So I think as a batter, you can feel like you can open the stumps up and it's not too high risk. When it's nipping and there's a bit of a too paceness about it, that's hard to do. On a true wicket, you can just expect the bounce in a certain area.
4 4s, 1 6 in that 23 so far from Lammonby. Smeed will get ready to face now. This will be just defended back. And the bowling of Shane Snater. Again, another change. 4 bowlers used in the first 4 overs.
Yeah, Essex going for the don't let them settle against a certain bowler tactic.
The exact opposite of Somerset at the moment.
Yeah, I think Craig Overton in particular, you know, if he's getting that nip and that bounce, he's so much more dangerous with a new ball than he is coming in later. I think that's a real wise decision. I think at times Craig Overton has been expensive at the death, so the club feel like they can get more out of him at the top as Smeed flicks off his pad, starved of strike. Probably had a bit of frustration in there, but he's holed out to Daniel Sams at deep square leg. Somerset sadly lose their first wicket on 24. Will Smeed will be very disappointed with that shot. That would certainly feel like it was right in the slot for him.
Yeah, as you say, starved of that strike. Wonder how much he felt he needed to get on with it. When actually, if you've only faced 1 or 2 balls, you actually do have a bit of time there, but he would have felt that perhaps he had to get on with it, and he's put it right down fielder's throat there. Sam's probably couldn't believe his luck when that was coming towards him. So Smeed has to depart, just the 1 run to his name. And we're expecting, I would think, Tom Kohler-Cadmore to come out.
Yeah, yep. Shame that from Will Smeed, who's looking in good form Friday night, but form doesn't really exist, I don't think, in 2020 cricket when you're an opening batsman. It's highs and lows, but if there is a man that is in form, it is Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who strides to the crease with plenty of runs up behind him, a winter of runs up behind him. And I think last night, the last shot of the day, sailed over the stand we're commentating from right now. So his last memory of being on a cricket pitch is belting a seam bowler back over his M6. Not a bad place to be for Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Well, what's Snater going to do here? He'll know about all these runs. And it's going to be a dot ball to start. Picking out the fielder at mid-on. Sort of a defensive push. There's no run added. 24 in the 4th overs. Good going. I don't want that to dry up now just because that wicket's gone. Not that Smeed had added many runs, but can just change the dynamics slightly. No Essex flag on the pavilion. That's a discussion going on. Got the Somerset one flapping in the breeze. Quite a good breeze today. Oh, it's a big old go at that one, but he's missed it. It's gone onto his pads. Blackwell not going to give that. He did have a good old swing at it.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision by me old mate. Just looked like it was just sliding down on the angle. I think when the ball's released from that side of the crease, especially with Snater having a action that slightly falls away, unless it swings towards the offside, very difficult for that to hit the stump. So good decision from Ian Blackwell. Tom Kohler-Cadmore doesn't miss out on the next one. A bit of a cloth in terms of ball striking from Kohler-Cadmore and what we've seen, but enough to get it past mid-wicket. The diving mid-wicket races away here at Taunton. Such a fast scoring ground. Like I said, not out of the screws, but enough to get Kohler-Cadmore off and running.
I did wonder, I know you don't want to touch things if it's working, but I did wonder whether they might bump Tom Kohler-Cadmore up to open just to give him, as if you could, the full 6 overs of power play, but they've stuck with him at 3, which I guess makes sense. He's doing well there, but that was, I wouldn't be surprised if that was an option they considered. Oh, down the ground. That's a lovely, clean stroke right into the crowd. Who caught that? The chair, I think.
Good, great strike that is, and somewhat indicative of 20-over cricket. Snater had bowled 4 magnificent balls. He had 1 for no runs, then all of a sudden he finishes going at 10 and over because of the quality striking of Kohler-Cadmore. A bowler, I think, that very much fits into the mould of power hitter. I don't think he's very obsessed with the touch shots. He looks to hit hard into the V. I think his sort of scoring areas are from extra cover to what we call down in the southwest cow corner. Looks to hit hard and straight, and he does it exceptionally well.
Was that a Southwest phrase, cow corner?
And picky out the stingers.
Yeah.
I think it sounds right. You know, West, cow corner. You've got to have a Somerset
So
accent,
if you said that in Durham, they'd have no idea what you're talking about.
I think we have to do a bit of research.
Oh,
but
really? Okay.
I would say that it's very much a Southwest.
Should we see if we chat to Blackie? He played for Durham for a bit, didn't he? After the game.
Definitely a Southwest origin cricket phrase, I think. Cook back into the attack. Bowling the 5th over here from the Marcus Trescothick stand end. Lammonby off to a bit of a flyer. He's been a bit more considered the last few balls, looking to re-establish another partnership. That's another thing that teams talk about, is never have 2 people on naught in at the same time. You know, try and re-establish a partnership, even in T20 cricket. Look to get the partnership to 10 runs before you start pressing the accelerator again. Lammonby stepping away, opening those stumps up again, but finding the fielder. Yeah, I think it's one of the real sort of things that the stats back up. If you have situations in a cricket match, any form where you have clusters of wickets, you know, that's when the team performance is really under threat and doesn't operate well. So partnerships are crucial, even in the shortest form of the game. Cook to Lammonby, stepping away again and belting it down the ground. Walter moves well, shies at the stumps. Lammonby picks up a run.
Bit of a streaky one there. Must have had his heart in his mouth. If that throw had hit, would have been close.
Yeah, the old panic single after a dot ball. You know, even top players feel a bit of pressure. They don't like chewing up balls, as they call it. Chewing up balls doesn't sound great, does it?
Thanks to Sam, who's done some digging for us. You know what he's like? He's the journalist. Apparently, cow corner does exist in Yorkshire, Triggs. So,
but not picky out the stingers. Top edge. Cook going for a bounce. That's a brave delivery. Cola Cadmore gets away with one a little bit. Rides that off of the top edge over the keeper, Adam Rossington, into the boundary boards. And there aren't pictures on the scorecard, are there? 4 is 4. Cola Cadmore is off to a flyer again here this afternoon.
Yeah, don't think that was exactly how he meant to execute that shot, but as he said, especially with the fielding. Very brave delivery to bowl to someone of the form of Cola Cadmore. Sam Cook's a high quality bowler, but you don't really associate pace, high pace with him, so I'm not sure that was a great decision. And he's got away with another one there.
Yeah, he's one of those players, certainly in red ball, where, as you say, it's not out and out pace, is it? It's more he's good at using the ball or the conditions to get movement. But here with the white ball, as you say, perhaps that's taken away.
Yeah, he's very much a skill bowler and a high skill bowler.
He comes again, last ball of the over at the stumps, and this one moved, giving himself room. Here is Tom Lammonby and putting it through the covers. Lovely shot, finishing off the 5th over. Lammonby on to 28, the score to 43 for 1, and 44 for 1 after that single as well. Pete, I'm going to make way for another Somerset icon to come in and replace me. That is Max Waller, who's going to talk you through the next few overs.
Cheers, Charlie. While Max is getting in the seat, I just had a message sent from a good mate of mine, Steve Owen. Cow Corner is thought to be named after an area of the ground at Dulwich College where cattle would often graze, led to the naming of cow shots. Here's a man that would have bowled to many batters trying to play cow shots. Welcome, Max Waller.
Hi, Peter.
How are you, buddy?
Good, thank you.
Daniel Sams bowling that dreaded 6th over in the power play. Got out of his over pretty well. His first over, the 2nd of the game. The 6th over is quite synonymous with the batters taking a few chances. Cola Cadmore on strike on 15. Lammonby racing to 28. What are your thoughts, mate?
Yeah, good start so far for Somerset. Lammonby's come in and replaced Banton at the top of the order well. He's played positively and hit some strong shots and got a reward.
Sam's into Cola Cadmore. bounces that, skimmers it into the offside, picks up a single, bringing Lammonby back on strike at the end of this over. We have a bit of Trigo's trivia. I'm sure Max will be all over the moon. He loves his stats. He'll know the answer. And once you find out what the question is, please put your answers down on our live stream on the side. See how many Somerset cricket badgers are out there that know a bit of everything. Lammonby on strike to Daniel Sams, steps away and hits long, hits straight over the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, and that will be resting on the top of someone's canoe in the River Tone. The new balls, please.
That is a fantastic strike from Tom. He did that as far as Chris Gale did a few years ago.
What a great shot that is. Yeah, I mean, he's a brilliant timer of the ball, Tom Lammonby. He's not a particularly big man. You don't really think big hitter when you see Tom Lammonby, but he's such an elegant timer of the ball. When he's in form, very, very dangerous player. And I tell you what, you're exactly right there. To come in at the top of the order, replacing Tom Banton, and not feel like he's missed. That's all credit to Tom Lammonby, the way he started. Well, that obviously did land on a canoe because they've chucked it back. Daniel Sams has the original ball back in his hands.
I like the left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of the order as well. I don't know what your thoughts are in the top three in the power play.
Great comeback ball from Daniel Sams, a Yorker. Lammonby has played all round that one, so the left-hand combination has come to an end. Well, I know after being out there, it might not look at it on the live stream, but there is a bit of a decent breeze blowing down the ground. So when you have that left-hand, right-hand combination, you've always got a short side. But that's a great comeback delivery and a quite peculiar shot from Tom Lammonby, isn't it? Looks like he's got his back caught around his back pad almost, which can happen sometimes. Yeah, he's
almost like caught the front pad. I think the inside of the front pad is twisted the back face in his hand. I know what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, it's a strange one that, but Lammonby goes. Really great start to the innings. He strides off after getting 34 in rapid time. Cola Cadmore is still at the crease, going well, and the championship captain, Tom Abel, comes to the crease, who's looked, when he's had the opportunity to bat, like he's in pretty good touch as well, Tom Abel. So two very different players at the start of their innings. You've got Tom Abel, who will look to touch, hit angles, run hard, and you've got Cola Cadmore, who just looks to belt it and knock down stands. Daniel Sams, very wily operator. Somerset are off to a flyer, but he's bowled his 1.5 overs for only 11 runs and picked up that vital wicket, so showing his quality.
It's an interesting field, this. Obviously, done some research on Tom because they've gone straight out with a deep backward point and a catch almost just in front of square. And that man's just retrieved the ball.
Yeah, I think actually a lot of players that have that sort of touch game do hit that sort of gully line pocket quite well. So normally the ball that goes down to third man is a false shot on edge, whereas the one that gets nailed for four often does go on that gully line. So I like that as a field.
Yeah, James Hilder's definitely hit that area consistently, didn't over the years.
Yeah, I think I'd have all 9 fielders in the sort of point, square cover, gully region for one of the great cutters of the modern game. Abel cloths it into the offside, and that's the end of the power play. An honours even power play, you'd have to say. What do you think, Max? 52 for 2. I'd say that's probably a little bit of a draw. Before we discuss that, we've got a bit of Trigo trivia. Who has the most wickets for Somerset in Oh my! What? Oh, that's a snore fest. That one.
Guilty.
I'm going to have the worst next 20 minutes now. Who has the most wickets for Somerset in T20 cricket? Is it A, Alfonso Thomas, B, Lewis Gregory, or C, the man sat next to me right now, Max Waller? Oh dear Lord! Please be Lewis. Did he take like a few wickets in the last game? He must have
got a few.
Did he get a 10 for in the last game? That might have nipped him ahead. Who knows?
He'd need 20 for.
Harmer into the attack. The dangerous Simon Harmer, massive performer here for Essex. So, answers on a postcard down the side of the live stream for Trigo's trivia. I think I might have given the game away in some way, shape or form there. Harmer without, I think, much of a pitch attribute, to be honest. I think it looks a belter. I don't think it's going to spin. He's going to have to use all of his wily creativeness in terms of flight. And I know exactly where Cola Cadmore will be looking to park the ball. It'll be straight down the ground.
Is Harmer off the back of a hat-trick? I remember seeing somewhere on social media. Is that right?
Quite possibly. I mean, he's done most other things in an Essex shirt. He's been a fantastic player for them over the last sort of decade or so. Got him back into international reckoning with South Africa. Able stepping back and whacking that into the left side. You mean the last game?
Maybe 2 games ago, I think he got a hat-trick. Might be wrong.
I believe you are right, Sam, who knows just about everything. Oh my word. That is one thing you do know when Simon Harmer comes on. Things happen. Cola Cadmore has belted that straight back to him, and if you've ever shaken hands with Simon Harmer, you will know that he has hands like skillet pans. They are absolutely enormous. Size 15 feet, massive hands. He doesn't drop many, and he didn't drop that one. What a shame for Somerset. But Essex, you'd have to say, slightly go in control of this fixture.
How does this wicket compare to the previous wickets here at Taunton Triggs? I haven't seen a huge amount. I've seen the scorecards.
Well, the 2 wickets that are there at the moment, you had on the left-hand side as we look at it, you had the 2 games on it. The first one being the 75 all-out Hampshire game, and it looked like, you could tell from up here, it was going to nip a little bit. The wicket we're on now looked the same as that one did, and Middlesex struggled at the top. The ball did nip again. But both of those wickets, I think the second game's on them, 48 hours in the sunshine, that green turned to white, and I think it is, let's be honest, I think it's a batting belter.
It's back to where it used to be.
Yeah, it certainly is. But then, you know, the Overton, Henry, Siddle combination, Josh Davey as well, they're such good seam bowlers, aren't they, that if there is anything out there, they will find it. And that, I think that's been the difference. You know, we talk about the Cola Cadmores and the Smeed and the Bantam, the impact they've had. The real impact, I think, in these first 5 games has been the bowling attack. They've got they've been able to bowl the majority of the first power play with their strike bowlers and genuinely looking to take wickets, and that's what's happened in every game so far. The big bowlers have stood up and been counted. Harmer, as he often does, has started off really well, going for 4 runs and picking up that wicket.
Consistent performance on Harmer in all forms of the game. But yeah, he makes things happen.
Sorry, my apologies. He's actually gone for 3 off of his first over. Yeah, I think he's. I think as a bowler, Simon Harmer wants you to play back. I think that brings in his drift and his change of pace. I think I always got the feeling that if you came down the wicket to him and played forcefully on the front foot, that's where he was a little bit susceptible to taking a bit of damage. So hopefully the Somerset batters will have a bit of confidence. Dixon, who's had the first 5 games on the sideline here.
He's scoring some runs in the second team though, I think.
Yeah, he's got his opportunities. I did actually see he scored a breezy 50 at Dial Hill, playing for Clevedon, his club side, against Weston-super-Mare. My 2 boys were playing. Captain Chris Davidson got out. I'm not quite sure how that happened, because Davo, with all his skill, flight and guile, struggles to knock the bails off these days, but he'll be buzzing this morning after getting the Clevedon superstar out. But he's in form. He's in form. My boys did say that he got 53 and they didn't even notice him at the crease, so he's obviously playing very well. Great for him to get in a Somerset shirt again and get off to a bit of a fly. He had a tough time in the county championship, so it'd be great to see him get a few runs. Shane Snater bowling from the River End, already got a wicket to his name. very much a back foot leg side player. Sean Dixon, very good at picking up off of his hip, a little bit like Will Smead. Hopefully he can find his feet pretty quick.
Him and Tom Abel look very similar at the crease, actually, set up.
Yeah, both stand across to off stump, don't they? They back themselves to hit the straight balls. Slightly more open chested maybe from Dixon, but that's his V, that sort of mid wicket area, mid on. And like I said, his big shot is the flick off the hip or off the pads. Somerset have stalled a little bit here after a great start from Kohler, Cadmore and Lammonby. 3 wickets falling so far in the first 7.4 overs. So a bit of a rebuild job here. Essex have bowled well.
What are your thoughts on the score on this surface? Is Abel tucked into the leg side, probably going to push for 2, and yet comes back comfortably.
Yeah, I can't see how any of the dismissals were down to the pitch. I think they were just false shots, Lammonby in particular. Smead a little bit unlucky, holding out. Kohler, Cadmore belting one straight back to the bowler. I don't think the wicket played any part in any of those dismissals, so you'd have to par this at the 180, 185 mark. I don't see how anything less than maybe 170s competitive. Slater in, bowling an off-cutter into Abel. Will he make the 2? Not this time. Smart piece of fielding. And now we have a look into the crowd. We've got the Thatcher's Golden Seat. Who's bought that lucky ticket?
Yes, thank you very much. Pool time for the all-important Thatcher's Golden Seat. Who wants it the most? The chance to win a 24 slab of Thatcher's Gold. No fighting, please. 3, 2. Congratulations, that man there.
Congratulations, 24 cans of Thatcher's, which could be swapped for a haircut. Get rid of that dodgy mug you had. Allison back into the attack.
Let's not talk about hairstyles, Peter.
Hey, I am short back and sides, boring old 42-year-old man now. What's wrong with this?
Now,
You're not happy?
now.
You're not happy? Finally growing up.
95% of your career is questionable.
Yeah, I've had some pretty rogue dues, to be fair, Maximus. A little bit of a stall period here from Somerset. They've got to get back into that flow. Tom Abel historically does like to take a few balls before he starts playing those big shots, but like I said, if Somerset want to get anywhere near that 180, which I do think is going to be par against a pretty strong Essex team, they're going to have to put the hammer down at some stage.
Probably the worst thing to do in T20 cricket is lose back-to-back wickets and getting 2 new batters at the crease for run rate. And the best thing to do as the fielding side is to take those wickets. But it will take time now to rebuild a partnership and get Somerset back on with a bit of momentum moving into this next section of the game.
Just bowling a good length. They've bowled a very good length, the Essex bowlers, in the last 5. Yeah, thanks for backing up my point. Yeah, that's kind of the one no-no, isn't it? Having 2 guys out there both struggling to get a start going. It just stalls the whole innings. You always want to see a batter in. We talked a lot back in the day, didn't we, about re-establishing a partnership when there's a loss of wicket. Just get it to 10, 15 runs by playing smart shots. Abe finally executes that cut shot down to 3rd man, and he comes back. He's got a scamper, testing out that hamstring of his, and he makes it. That's what Tom Abel's all about, running hard, picking up those 1s and 2s. That's how he likes to get in. Got himself to 7, Dixon on 3. The boundaries have dried up the last 3 or 4 overs. Credit to the Essex bowlers, bashing away on that hard length, and he does it again. Abel equal to that at the moment. Down the ground for a single. Not the boundary that Somerset need. Break the shackles at some stage. A few big shots.
Those similar style players, these two, they're actually, the tempo is pretty similar as well. Both take a bit of time, so actually balance in the order. You could argue that could you like almost stagger the hitters within the order, because we've got some powerful strikers down the cricket ball down the order. Here we are, Dixon's taking that risk. Good shot to the leg side, out to deep wicket and 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot there from Dixon, just opening up that body, getting that left leg out of the way and swatting it across the line into that cow corner area. 4 runs, needed boundary.
Talk me through these t-shirt throwers, Peter.
9 overs gone. Yeah, chucking a few free t-shirts into crowd. Lots going on here at Taunton. One thing that the club does really well, there's great cricket on, food and drink everywhere, entertainment at the back, there's a live band playing, there's games of cricket for the youngsters to play, inflatable this, inflatable that, all sorts going on here at Taunton. And I believe we even have the apple rolling at half-time. A couple of younger Trigos will be making their debut at the ground. They've been forced by Dad to take part in the apple rolling, so I'm hoping they will do the family name proud.
Is the older one on the siders again?
I hope not. It'd be, I think he'd be run over by the apple if he had.
That's a great
Critchley into the attack, inside out, over cover. Smart bit of fielding out there by Snater. Very much a trademark shot for Tom Abel, inside out over cover. Not many world batters execute that as well as Tom Abel. Sorry.
I think with the wind and that boundary, I think Tom's going to look to target that area actually quite a lot here to the leg spinner.
Actually again, hard sweep, top edge. Abel in trouble and taken in the deep. Somerset's main man departs. And again, just as the innings were starting to rebuild, Somerset have lost another wicket. 71 for 4 now. The introduction of spin and Critchley is done for Tom Abel. Yeah, it's been a very unlike the 2023 T20 side of Somerset so far. There's been a flow to the cricket. This game in particular has just stalled every time the innings has got going. Striding to the crease now is, I think, Lewis Gregory.
Captain.
Somerset captain and one of the cleaner strikers of the cricket ball around. So a big job for him and Sean Dixon just to get things steadied, but steadied while still scoring. I think one thing that has been quite impressive is the way that the bowling has been manipulated. I think they've made good changes. In the power play, they bowled 4 different bowlers the first 2, and then brought their experienced bowlers back for 5 and 6. They've really had a handle on the game and haven't bowled any bowlers too many overs to get the batters settled. So I have to say that, as you'd expect, Somerset are facing a very smart team in Essex. Pushing into the attack. Forward defensive by Lewis Gregory. Gregory down the wicket, down to long on for a single. Creeping up to the halfway stage, and 150 looks like the score that Somerset will end up with, bar some sort of awesome performance by someone. Get the feeling that 150 won't be enough here on a cracking Sunday afternoon. Dixon on strike to Critchley. Drops short, cuts, but he's only going to get 1.
Effective ball in T20 cricket, that for a leg spinner. Cut ball out to deep cover.
The drag down.
The cut ball out to deep
Yeah,
cover. The one ball, they call that. They call that the one ball.
Listen to the leg spinner defending the drag down.
Clever, clever. Get out the over.
Just a reminder to get your answers in for Trigo Trivia. And because I know the outcome of that, I'm going to take a rest. And I'll leave Max Waller with, I believe, Sam Dulling.
Somerset here at 73 for 4 off 10 overs halfway through the first innings. Essex have clawed this back nicely after the start with Tom Lambie flying, replacing Tom Banton at the top of the order, and have been clawed back well by Essex here. And, interesting stage of the game now.
Yeah, Charlie and I were both thinking the same thing, but only Triggs has kind of got the aura to say that about the drag down. We're both going, that's the long hop. He's got away with that one. Look, this is brilliant from Essex. You were talking about how they've rotated their bowlers. They use Simon Harmer when they need him, and they've still got 3 overs of Harmer of the last 10, and he has an aura.
Yeah, he does, and he's pretty effective through the middle with the fielders out. Actually, I think his recent visit to Taunton actually hasn't gone that well, but he's obviously very confident at the moment, coming off the back of plenty of wickets in this competition, and yeah, he's bowling the tough overs at the tough end.
Probably just be one there.
Yeah, well fielded by big, tall Paul Walter in front of us here.
Hasn't bowled yet, has he, Walter?
He hasn't. They use him sparingly, but he's an effective cricketer, clean hitter, and he can bowl some decent left-arm seamers.
Been working very hard on these kind of slower balls and off-cutters, Walter. I know he's turned, in a couple of years, he's turned himself into a proper white ball cricketer. Get one there. How long does Somerset wait here? How long do they have to rebuild for? Because they're in a bit of trouble. There's no two ways about it. Middlesex, Essex very much on top here. How long can they afford to wait?
They've got good depth in their batting line-up. Josh Davey coming in and Henry at 9 and 10. That's in the air. That's Stephen wicket with the win. That should be 6 runs, and it is comfortably clear for boundary by Shane Meters. I think that's the end to target. Definitely point to be going from this end to that boundary with the win. It looks like Dixon's he's a smart cricketer, and he's targeted them. I think they need to rush going too early, because I think we can score very quickly at this ground. But they are having a little bit of a look.
Looked like he'd used his feet there, Dixon. Harmer is standing there wondering why Billy Taylor hasn't given it, but he did look to be a couple of steps down the track there. You were absolutely right. 4 for 28 against Sussex, including a hat-trick a couple of days ago. 3 for 43 in the heavy defeat against Hampshire on Friday night, so he's in the wickets for Essex, Harmer.
I know if I was captain, wouldn't be bowling this end though, that's for sure.
A fair play to him. Senior player though, he is a skipper, and he's brought himself on, backs himself to defend it. End of the over then, we're through 11 here at Cooper Associates County Ground. If you're just joining us, Essex on top of this one. 82 for Somerset. Just lost a couple of key wickets at big times. Tom Cadmore. To that man, Simon Harmer, a terrific catch, smashed back at him. He had a couple of goes at it, juggled it. It was hit so hard. Cola Cadmore is one of the cleanest strikers of the cricket ball. The sound it makes off his bat is just very different to some of the other lads. Unfortunately for Somerset, he made just 17 from 10. Looks like Critchley's going to carry on.
Quite like to see Somerset keep hitting through the offside and not out to that bigger leg side boundary into the wind. I think there's much more value for runs this side of the ground.
Yeah, Tom Abel in the previous Critchley over played that inside-out shot beautifully, which has become his trademark, really. Took on the slog sweep and just didn't quite have enough.
He's reverse swept for 4, one bounce into sort of like a wideish third man area. Yeah, got down on one knee, switched his feet around and gave it a good whack, and it's a smart option again, like with the wind and into that shorter side. I think that's a really smart option. He's played it really well.
Got into position early, as they do so often. This will do Sean Dixon the world of good as well, a bit of confidence. Now Somerset would love to see him out there for another 6 or 7 overs. Critchley's a decent cricketer, isn't he? Massively, well, a really good signing for Essex. Picked him up at the start of last summer. Almost on the cusp of England Lions style honours. Leg spinner, bats as well.
Yeah, I think his batting's been a stronger suit in the county championship actually over the last couple of years, but he's definitely an effective leg spinner in all forms of cricket. But yeah, he does a good job consistently in T20 cricket.
You see much of him? Has he got a good wrong one, Critchley?
I don't think he's more bowls like out the front side of the hand. Pretty good control with his leg break. Seen a huge amount of his wrong one. No, I haven't seen it. No, I can't give you much more information than that, to be honest.
No more than I do.
No, I don't. I'm not sure I do. But he bowls pretty consistently, and he lands him pretty consistently. He's is a decent, effective option, and especially in T20 cricket when the fielders are out.
Just be one out there. Shane Snater patrolling the boundary. In the side is one of 3 Essex changes. End of the over then, 12 gone. Somerset are 89 for 4. Talking about bowling leg spin, Max, you still playing a little bit?
I'm playing on the Saturday down in Cornwall still. I'm not too sure how long it's going to last, but I've enjoyed my time down at St Just. After me well, it's a really good club down in Cornwall, and I've been playing on the Saturday, and yeah, hopefully continue to do so for the rest of the summer.
Oh, fingers crossed. Right, let's reveal the answer to Trigo trivia. And Max, probably you're the person. Do you know the answer? Who is Somerset's leading T20 wicket taker?
Les Lewis has done something fantastic well over the last couple of weeks. I know he's got 8 wickets and not many this year, but I think with 139 wickets.
At what average?
I think probably 24-ish. I'm going to humbly say it's me.
Yeah, I think that's the correct answer, Max Waller. At least for a time, until Lewis Gregory gets a few more. How behind is he?
So happy I'm off commentary right now.
It's gone up in the air and it's been put down. I think it's Sam Cook chasing away back there, and it's actually gone 4. He's tipped it round the post and down the hill. And Lewis Gregory, well, he might not be Somerset's leading T20 wicket taker just yet, but he's got a lifeline there. It was a bit of a wild pack, let's be honest, targeting that shorter side of the boundary. And Cook put the dive in, and he went one-handed with his left hand and got enough contact to make it roll away for 4, so I'm sure he won't make much eye contact with Simon Harmer.
Very frustrating that for the bowler, especially the difference between a wicket and 4 runs is quite a big difference within that one ball. Especially when you bowl to the short side, you want every opportunity that goes up really to be taken. But it was a good effort by Sam. The ball was flying away from him there, and those ones are quite difficult because they're spinning away, so they'll go a bit further than you think.
It's very, very difficult. Lewis Gregory drop without scoring. Can he take advantage? Been in decent nick all round this summer. Robin Das gets down well at mid-wicket. A second, but actually only get 1 there. Somerset 92 for 4 then at the 98 for 4, sorry, at the end of the over through 13 overs now here at Cooper Associates County Ground. In fact, the Somerset 100 is up scoreboard a little bit. And then there we go, family day, official family day. It's an unofficial family day today here really, but Somerset versus Glamorgan, Sunday the 20th of August, Royal London Cup. There's not the Royal London Cup, I keep making that mistake, the one-day cup. 10 tickets for the price of 8. There is all sorts going on. Yeovil Town are here, Bath Rugby, Taunton Baseball. I didn't know Taunton even had a baseball team. There you go. Petting Zoo, you can kind of ruffle Pete Trigo's hair if you want when you come down on family day for that. Get your tickets now, one-day cup. Height of summer in August, it will be absolutely fantastic. Change of bowling there, Matt Critchley out of the attack. That's Ben Allison coming back into it.
They've chopped and changed the bowl as well, actually, Essex, and they're in a very strong position after 13 overs. They've done with another wicket, but it's good for Somerset that only 4 down. Sean Dixon's looking to play very positively now. He's hit a hard pull shot into sort of wide mid-on for 1 run, but yeah, he looks like he wants to get on with Alice. His last 7 overs, they can go a bit harder now with still 6 wickets in hand and long batting line up.
Well, still Ben Green, Craig Overton, Rudolph Andover, Matt Henry as well back in the side. Still power down the order. Can Somerset get to 160, 170 and make a competitive game of it? That's gone up in the air and straight to the fielder. I think it's Simon Harmer down there, isn't it? Big figure. He doesn't drop many. Not what Somerset needed, Max.
No, absolutely not. Bad time for a new batter to come in. But like I said, I think it's Ben Green next. He's throwing the ball well. Yeah, dangerous hitter. So like I said, there's a bit of time left still, 6-7 overs, 6 or 6.4 overs remaining, 6.5 overs remaining. Somerset got some time to kind of recover this innings, but yeah, it's not what we're looking for after 13 overs, 5 wickets down.
Shaking ahead from Lewis Gregory as he wanders off, and there is Ben Green coming out with a little bit of work to do. Before Ben Green gets to the middle, Max, you're having a bit of a summer, isn't it? It's your testimonial year this summer?
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that, Sam. Yes, it's my testimonial year this year. I've had an opening dinner in March, which was hosted kindly by Pete.
Oh, there you go.
There's his little plug. Yeah, Joss came. It was nice to see Joss back again. Obviously, played a lot of my early part of my career with Joss, and he's gone on to do some fantastic things for the country, winning 2 cups and then captaining the most recent T20 win. So it's nice to see him back at the Cooper Associate Ground. Got a few things coming up this month. There's a cricket match down at South Devon Cricket Club down in Newsmet on the 15th of this month. So if you want to turn up on the day, you're more than welcome to come and join and support that. It'd be fantastic. We'll hopefully have a lot of the current Somerset T20 side there. And then the week after, on Thursday, there's a golf day at Mendip Springs, which again, there's a couple of teams available for that. So if anyone wants to have an afternoon on the golf course, looking for Lewis Gregory's ball, wide and right, yeah, please do. Still opportunity to buy a team there in that golf day. So yeah, get in touch. If more information on the website, it's www.maxwtestimonial.co.uk. So yeah, please check out the website. It'd be really appreciated. And there's always things popping up over the next sort of 3 or 4 months.
Those testimonial games are absolutely brilliant fun. Dixon on 25 then, after a false start from Allison. Did well there, Allison. Saw Sean Dixon give himself some room outside leg stump and followed him. Pulled it away for a single. No surprise here, there's a golf day. I bet there's more than one golf day as well. And I can't imagine Triggs needed much arm twisting. A, to have a microphone in his hand to talk in front of a room full of people, or B, to play a golf day, I say that.
Absolutely, you're spot on. You also know Peter very well.
Getting to know him. Consistent, I think, is what he is in many ways. Allison is in. Ben Green drives that away. It will just be a single.
He's come back for 2. I think any time fielder hits the deck, it's going to tap and go, and he did some good work there at deep cover, but it was hit very hard. It's a good start from him, Ben. He's hit that firmly.
My blind spot there. Stay with me. Ben Green. We saw that almost coming of age inning last season when he made 160 odd, I think it was in a one-day cup game, something like 15 or 16 sixes. Half as many as that would do here.
Scamper through, leg by, looking for another big pull shot out to the big boundary, but doesn't quite catch it. It's the end of the 14th over, and Somerset 106 for 5, going into the last 6 overs.
It's the boundary count, actually, that's just slowed right down. So there was that 6 from Lammonby off Daniel Sound, who then fell the following ball. Somerset then went 20 balls without a boundary, which in T20 cricket on this ground is going some. And since then, we've had 1, 2, 4 boundaries since the 5th and a half over. And that just tells you everything you need to know about how well Essex have bowled. You have to give them credit. They're a brilliant unit. Essex, they've been very good here. Armour is chopped and chinged. His turn now to Sam Cook, who is, I think he's the leader of the attack really, Sam Cook. I know Triggs was saying he's got no real pace, which I think is completely fair, but he's absolutely excellent in white ball cricket. I saw him take 3 wickets in over at Lords for Essex last season, and a brilliant 100 competition as well.
Yeah, he's very accurate and very skillful bowler. High performer of England, obviously very close to England at one point last year, a couple of years ago. But yeah, no, he's a very consistent performer. He's got a good skill level, and generally his performances show that. He'll find any help out of the surface, definitely on the seam, and can move the ball with it, but can swing the ball with a new one. Comes into bowl, back of a length slow ball. There we are, sat in the pitch, good skills. Gregory trying to tuck it onto the leg side, and Dixon trying to tuck it onto the leg side and knocking it back to the bowler off the leading edge.
You've got when you bowl at Sam Cook's pace, I guess you have to learn the skills, haven't you? You can't get away with just bowling the stock ball when you're bowling at mid to late 70s.
Yeah, absolutely. He's actually got a longer run up than I thought he'd have for someone of his pace. He's running in from at least the 30-yard circle, but he's a good change of pace. He bashes hard of length there and actually rushed Dixon following that slur ball. It's actually come on to him a lot quicker than he thought and ended up pulling it, swatting it back past him, but only for a single. I think the Somerset side and the Essex side have got lots of options with the ball, and that's what Essex have done so well here. They've got, like you said about Paul Walter not bowling yet, they bowled 6 bowlers and he hasn't even looked like having a bowl, so they have obviously got a lot of options and rotated them very well today.
Sam Cook picks up his first wicket of the day. Full and straight. Ben Green has to go for 5. It's the 6th wicket Essex have taken. Somerset are 107 for 6 halfway through the 15th over. And that is not what the home crowd wanted to see. It's exactly what the away followers wanted to see. Max Waller, you look like a man who's making shapes to leave on that note.
On that note, I've not brought the best of luck into this com box today, so I'm going to shoot and leave you with that. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it, and please do support the testimony. Really much appreciated.
Yeah, please do support Max's testimonial. Somerset's leading T20 wicket taker. Charlie Taylor's going to come in alongside me. Always great to have Max up here in the box. Looks to me like Mr. Van der Merwe is going to make his way out into the middle next, ahead of Craig Overton. Yes, that's definitely very much a difference in height between those players.
Hard to get those mixed up, really.
I just wanted to make sure, Charlie.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. You're exactly right. But yes, I think if you saw the two next to each other, there'd be no doubt. Cook's bowled well. This over particularly.
Slower ball that Van der Merwe has to turn into the leg side. Sam Cook, I love watching him bowl. I just think he's brilliant. As Max was saying, like his skills set for a bowler with no real pace. Like, I think he got 4th in the 100 final last year to help Lewis Gregory's Brent Rockets win it. Like, he's just on so close to international honours. Whether he'll actually get there, I don't know. But he's a lovely human being as well, which always helps. But he really is a top performer.
Played for England Lions here last season against the Sri Lanka side. Captained by Tom Abel.
109, 10 for 6 then, 15 gone. I think Toby is down there somewhere in the crowd. Where are you, Toby?
And these two chaps are enjoying the cricket. What are your names?
Tom and Louis.
Tom and Louis. Favourite player out there this afternoon?
Tom Lammonby.
Very popular man, Tom Lammonby. And you play for some local sides. You want to give them a shout out?
Sidmouth Cricket Club, yeah. Chard Cricket Club.
Sidmouth, Chard, represent. And are you guys batters, bowlers, all-rounders?
I don't really know. Batter. Probably a batsman.
Lovely sport. Hopefully, Somerset can post some more runs here.
Thanks, Toby. Shout-outs for Chard and Sidmouth Cricket Clubs. Tom and Lewis, I tell you what, get him into the Somerset, Charlie Taylor.
Got a Tom and a Lewis. What more could you want? Well, there's 16th over is coming. Oh, it's a big swipe. It's not going to go all the way. It should land safe. It does. They'll come back for 2 here. And Dixon adds a couple to his total. Snater is continuing that. I like the way they've chopped and changed. But having said that, I also like it when Craig Overton bowls all his 4 in a row when he's looking good. You know, it's two different approaches on T20 cricket. Both can be effective.
So they're going to need him today. Essex have been excellent. They've got great batting lineup too.
Absolutely. They're going to need to be completely brilliant with the ball today, Somerset. And not given as a wide. Would have been a harsh call. Barely missed leg stump.
I quite like actually how it's changed this year a little bit, and actually the umpires are taking into account the amount of movement the batters are making.
Dixon
and actually
shuffled, didn't he, there?
He did, and that's the point making. Like, you can't just jump inside it and say it's a wide, because if it would have hit the batter had they stayed still, I think that's got to be fine.
Yeah, no, totally agree. Totally agree. It's very harsh on bowlers, this version of the game. That's big. It's gone into the air. Has it got the legs? Yes, it has. Oh, there was some It was, I must have been a tricky moment there for Dixon, watching those two fielders come underneath it. I wasn't sure, but it did just go over the rope. 6 more runs to the total. Sean Dixon here beginning to open up. This has been good for Somerset fans who haven't seen a lot of runs off his bat yet in the county championship, but his T20 debut going well so far.
Yeah, you called it early with a big one, didn't you? And then you got a bit nervous for a second, Charlie.
Yeah. I knew all along, never in doubt. Again, another big swipe. This one's going to run away for 4 this time. And runs beginning to flow off Sean Dixon's bat. Good to see. Comes and punches gloves with the Roller van der Merwe in the middle. They're going to need quite a lot more of this. They're going to post something quite, a big score that's going to be easier to defend. So they need these two out there, in particular Dixon, the way he's seeing it at the moment, taking a liking to Snater's bowling. He's on 40 now. That's come off 25 balls, so good rate really, considering he's been out there a little while. Just upping that rate now, though. It's 6 and 4 in the last 2 balls. 2 balls left in this over. It's 122 for 6. A slow ball, and this one's not found the bat perfectly, but he did follow it slightly with that slower ball. Watched it onto his bat and was able just to get into the leg side for a single. Shane Snater, who it's always a surprise to find out he's a cousin of Jason Roy, given that Jason Roy plays for England. Snater's Dutch qualified, and yet plays through Zimbabwe. So it gives you the idea of world cricket there. Snater in again, and this one goes right through. Roller van der Merwe, no run. Was it Shane Snater who got Jason Roy out in one of those ODIs in the Netherlands? Was it last summer? I seem to think there was some link there.
Oh, you're testing me. I know they played against each other in a T20 game at Chelmsford, and I think Snater may well have gone the distance. And I really like Shane Snater as a cricketer. Actually, it's good. It's one of the. This is kind of the format he hasn't yet nailed. He's not played mains. He's become, in the last 18 months, a real fixture of that Essex 4-day side. Time and again, we see a bit of fancy dress. Is that kind of fancy dress in the? We go that far? I'm not sure. There's the hills surrounding Taunton look absolutely fantastic. But yes, Snater, last season, every time you looked at an Essex scorecard, he'd take 5, 6, 7 wickets. Like, he's a very, very good cricketer, as is this man, Simon Harmer. So try something a little bit delicate. Bat on that. Has bat onto pad, maybe. He certainly didn't get the full face.
Dixon's playing a really important role here, a role that maybe Tom Abel might usually be expected to play. Useful that they've got him in the team here today. It's about the single. That definitely wasn't on, because Harmer was only a few steps away from it. So Dixon didn't look interested at all, did he?
Pure enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Pure enthusiasm. Just everything else, he then runs after it. Wait till you see him. I was watching him on Friday night, in the field, walking in. It's just so enthusiastic. He goes for a big heave. It goes on the ground. Just a single out to Snater there. Yeah, he walks in like he goes side on, and really like the intensity. I would love to know what he's saying to himself in his own head.
Oh, he's gone big on this one. Fielder comes in from the boundary. It's not got the legs. Easy catch for Paul Walter. It's the end of Dixon. It's a shame for Somerset, but another big breakthrough for Essex, who are still very much on top.
Yeah, very much on top. I mean, that's an understatement. Simon Harmer into his 4th over. The skipper picks up his 2nd wicket. He's been economical. He's been brilliant. He's used his bowl as well. He's set field as well. And Essex put themselves firmly in the driving seat. Somerset may well have won 5 games from 5, but that means nothing right now. 25 for 7.
If they want that run to continue, well, there could be a little bit of a flourish here, but the bowlers are going to have to perform.
They are. What they could do is Craig Overton strides out to the middle, and you can definitely now see why you wouldn't confuse Rough and Craig. What they could do is another 30 runs on the board, just to give them something to bowl at.
Get over 150. Yeah, you've then got a few balls when you're bowling that don't have to be perfect. It gives you a bit of wiggle room slightly, as opposed to bowling to 130, 120. So yeah, they've got, what have they got? 19 balls left, including this one, just think. So enough time to put on 30 runs for sure. Looking shot from Van der Merwe, sort of, I don't know what to do, it's almost like a croquet shot the way he bunted that back down the pitch. I don't know if he plays croquet, Van der Merwe, but
I'd like to see it.
yeah, I would like to see that. Wow, that's a feature we need to get sorted.
Yeah,
Roland van der Merwe plays croquet.
We'll speak to Ben more. There is one over at Taunton Vale, actually. I think there's a croquet club. I think we must get him up there.
Yeah, let's do that, please. Oh, that would be glorious.
127 for 7 then. Somerset here. 17 overs gone. Byron Harmer has bowled through his 4 overs. 2 for 26 he's taken.
Very good.
Brilliant.
Yeah, very, very good. But that's what we expect from Simon Harmer, isn't it? That is very good stuff there. He's a quality performer, has been for many years for Essex, and he's a thorn in the side of every team he plays against, essentially. Every team knows when you're playing Essex, Harmer's going to be in the side and he's going to cause you problems.
Well, from one overseas to another, Daniel Sams back into the attack. 2 overs, 1 for 12 so far, and I'm not quite sure what happened there. Off the bottom edge, and it just kind of lolloped along the ground back to Sams, a dot ball.
Plays it to a bit of snooker. He's playing croquet, snooker.
But he's
bottom edge, the Q end.
He doesn't always know where it's going,
No,
so that's very difficult to bowl to.
He's never read a cricket textbook in his life, has he, Roland van der Merwe?
Very open stance.
He plays by his own rules, and we love that.
Pulled away, it's going to fall short of long on. They're going to come back for 2, or at least they're going to try to, and they do so really well.
It's been the way that Somerset have been quite dominant over these 5 games previously. It means that we haven't seen an awful lot of Roland van der Merwe. So it's a bit of a. It's quite nice to see him for a few overs, although Somerset are not in a great position in the game. Actually, just for a chance to see him with a bat in hand is a pleasure.
Yes, I think the only time he's batted previously was that game at Canterbury in the middle of last week. Rain affected one. 17 off 10 balls. If you do something similar here.
Almost found a gap there. Just be a couple. Craig Overton having to keep up with Roland van der Merwe. He's got the bit between his teeth, running between the wickets. Not that Overton's slow, but yeah, I mean, anyone trying to keep up with van der Merwe is doing well.
But he has the advantage in terms of stride.
Yeah, only takes 3 or 4 strides, doesn't he? Although people say that, I'm sure people say that about you, Sam, because you're tall. And they say, oh yeah, but it's only a few strides.
They don't happen particularly quickly, Charlie.
No, exactly. That's the thing. It takes longer to do them. Straight back at the bowler. Well fielded. God, he got down quickly there. Craig Overton scrambling back into his crease.
This is where you're seeing, right, the value of your overseas signings.
Yeah.
You know, 131 for 7. Allison's gone at 8. Snater's gone 9.67. Even Sam Cook has gone up at nearly 8. Critchley actually has been very economical. But Harmer's bowled his 4 overs at 6.5s. Sam's has bowled 2.5 overs. And his current run rate is just 6.
Yeah. Oh, that's top edgy. Hasn't got much distance on it. Oh, will be caught. Well caught there from Daniel Sams running back. I didn't think he was going to make it, but he kept his eyes on it, ran the whole way back, and it's the end of Roland van der Merwe, who didn't get all of that one by a long way. Top edged it, reaching a long way. Daniel Sams had to turn around completely, 180-degree turn, dive to catch it, and Roland van der Merwe quickly makes his way off the pitch. So another wicket goes down. Somerset here now well into, well, technically what's the tail, I suppose, but it's a pretty good tail to have bat in hand. We do still have 2 and a bit overs to go.
Yeah, important to bat all of those 2 and a bit overs as well. I never like to see a side in T20 not bat their overs. Top edgy, I think, was the technical term. Is that what we're using?
Well, he was sort of reaching, wasn't it? Well, didn't get anything in the meat of the bat. I think it did come off the top edge, so I'm going top edgy, yeah.
Matt Henry then out in the middle.
Wasn't really a leading edge because of how he was holding the bat, which was basically vertical.
Playing any which sport bar cricket.
Yeah, basically that is what it's like. It's sort of a medley of sports.
Pace off from Sams. Such a top performer.
Yeah, really good.
He's interesting. He's one of those as he finishes his 3rd over. Daniel Sams 2 for 17, 32 for 8 Somerset. After 18, he's actually very much a modern cricketer. He hasn't played first-class cricket for I don't think 4 or 5 years now, and turned down a state contract with New South Wales. So he played a little bit of list A cricket for them. bit earlier, well, back end of their summer, but he's gone the way of saying, actually, no, I don't want to be a contracted player, I want to be free to go and play franchise cricket. And he probably will still get in there. Well, they don't have a T20 side because it's Big Bash, but he'll play List A cricket for New South Wales, but you can, with his skill set, you can't really blame him. Sam Cook to finish off then. Slow ball, and he had to wait in the crease for that one. Did Matt Henry, didn't get all of it. Simon Harmer does the fielding at long off.
Yeah, they've got to go now, haven't they, Somerset? Just 11 balls left. Craig Overton and Matt Henry at the crease at the moment. Peter Siddle waiting. And the last man, he'll be hoping he doesn't have to go out there. 133 for 8. It's going to be a low scorer. Could be a thriller. Could be one-sided. We'll only find out later on, as this one's tucked off the hip. And they'll run through for a single off Craig Overton. Not enough, though.
You just never know, you know. Essex, yes, they were chasing a big total, but bowled out for 96 only a couple of days ago. It's by 118 runs, but it just shows, you know, you can get hammered in T20, but the confidence doesn't necessarily get knocked. You've got such a quick turnaround, particularly for Essex, who started their season a little bit later than everyone else. The game's come thick and fast.
Oh, that's big. That is big. He's really connected with that, Matt Henry. Oh, that's flown over the Ondaatje Pavilion. What a shot.
You can hear the sweetness of the strike from up here. That's flying all right. The ladies and gents down in Taunton Town marquee down there. Right where they've got a shot as that flew towards them.
Wow. That was glorious. That's one of the sweetest shots we've seen all day. Right out of the meat. I think Tom Lammonby's over the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Those are the top two we've seen today from a sort of six perspective.
Ball comes back via umpire Billy Taylor. Just let's have a look at that one. The concrete hasn't done too much damage.
Full and hit down the ground, not timed. Walter gets down. It's a long way down for Paul Walter. He's picking it up from the floor. Disappointed not to see him bowl today. Don't think he'll bowl the last over. I think that would be unusual. Bring him in for one over. Maybe. They've been chopping and changing, haven't they? But
my money would be on Daniel Sams.
Yeah,
the last over,
you don't want to leave him. Don't want to leave him with one to spare. Oh, that's going to find a gap there. 4 more runs. Craig Overton just using it a little bit leg side and able just to get that back on it, turn it around the corner. 4 more.
Yeah, valuable runs these for Somerset. You just never know. You just never know, and you've got to give yourself a chance to get up there to maybe 160. Puts a little bit of score bowl pressure. Well, you don't want it. If you get bowled out for 120, 130 here, then it's a runnable, and the other side don't even have to bat that well. They just need one partnership really to get there. Whereas this, you know, might bring about a few nerves with wickets.
Waited for it and was able to get a single, so he'll keep the strike. 14 off that over. Great over as far as Somerset are concerned. Disappointing end for Sam Cook, who's been pretty good otherwise. And it's Henry there on 9. Overton moves up to 7. And so going into that last over, 146 on the board, 2 wickets in hand. Daniel Sams to finish off this Essex bowling innings. Still beautiful weather here, not a cloud in the sky. It's glorious this afternoon. A lot of games on today, of course. Somerset's just the one among many. We'll take a quick look through some scores, I should think, as we go. Sunday afternoon's quite a nice time, isn't it? If you've got a free afternoon, it's weather like this. Better way to spend it. As Sams comes in around the wicket, that's a big swing and a miss. Craig Overton, Ian Blackwell. Craig Overton's not happy because he thinks it should be given a wide.
You want to replay
Blackwell
this angle?
Says no. And Overton's still asking the question. He's still waving his arms around out there.
I think he asked square leg as well whether it was a no ball or not. But unfortunately for Craig Overton, he was the only man making any kind of signal there. The 2 men that count kept their arms in their pockets, and by Blackwell probably chuckling away as well.
Just can't see that was anywhere near waist height. It was a full ball. As this one is turned into the leg side. I think that too. They decided against it.
brilliant from Sam's. Been so impressive the way Essex have gone about this. As you mentioned, not seen any of Paul Walter yet.
We haven't seen a single wide in this innings, nor a no ball. This has been so touched, one leg by. It's the only extra. It's been brilliant from Essex. Somerset have got to bear that in mind as well. Can't be giving away too many runs on a low total that they're defending. This is in the air. And, it's going to drop short of the fielder. They'll come through for 2. Which the crowd enjoys here. And a good bit of running. And we're not towards that 150 mark. 3 balls to go. 149 on the board. 8 wickets down.
Very good spot that, Charlie Taylor. It does just back up what you're saying about how good Essex have been. It must be quite rare that. Craig Overton will tell you there should have been a wide.
Yeah, he wanted 3 runs for that, really. The wide and the no ball all in one go, I think is what he was asking for. Now that, if he'd left that alone, would have been given a wide, but he's hit it. And therefore, he's out. Yes, he's walking off, checking his black. Well, was looking at Taylor, the umpire, but yeah, would have been given a wide for sure. Let's have a look. Show you the replay. Oh, yeah. He's trying to get something on it, and in the end, giving away his wicket. That's a disappointment for Somerset. Dot ball for Essex, they'll be pleased with that, and it brings out Peter Siddle for the remaining 2 balls. You can see why Matt Henry was desperate to get something on it. I'm not blaming him, but smarter cricket, he just left it. That would have been that wide. So 1 wicket remaining then. 4-9 on board.
Yeah, hindsight is wonderful, isn't it? You leave that one alone, but you're just swinging. It wasn't the prettiest cricket shot I've ever seen.
An understatement. And Siddle doesn't know much about that one, managed to get something on it. Edge. Brings up just for, oh, it's a leg by. Brings up the 150. Crowd appreciating that one. Craig Overton also on strike, probably is what the crowd would choose of his 2. Although Siddle can certainly time a cricket ball. Seen some lovely shots from him actually this summer.
Yeah, I saw Craig Overton hit a left-handed Australian quick bowler, Jason Behrendorff, almost out of Lords.
Oh yeah,
last year. So
gosh, that was good.
If you could do the same here, Somerset would be quite happy. Oh, he's given it a good effort. It's gone up. Simon Harmer stumbles initially, but he's going to get there easily, isn't he? At long off. So Somerset all out for 150. Essex have been quite brilliant with ball in hand and in the field. Charlie Taylor, Daniel Sams finishes with 4 overs, 4 for 21. Simon Harmer, the man taking the catch, finishes with 2 for 26 off his 4 overs. He also had a couple of catches out there in the deep. One we've just seen, one that dismissed Lewis Gregory, and I wonder the one he took off his own bowling. Tom Kohler-Cadmore's at 17 off 10 balls, smashes one back at Harmer, a couple of juggles, ends up taking it. Potentially a game-changing moment.
That's a moment, isn't it? That really is one of the big moments of this innings. Very impressive from Essex. Really impressive how they've done that. From some difficult defeat in amongst their 3 games that they've had, they clearly here are a seriously strong side with the ball. So. Yeah, very impressive by Essex. Somerset feel they've left probably quite a few runs out there, really, and they're going to have to bowl very well.
Yeah, they're going to have to bowl superbly. 151 needed for victory. Now, our fellow commentator Triggs has disappeared because he is out there putting a little bit of pressure, I expect, on his boys. They volunteered to do the Somerset apple roll. So Toby is down there, Triggs is down there, a couple of young Trigos are down there as well. We're going to have the fractures. Apple roll. Charlie and I will be back after that.
An interval of about 15 minutes, so plenty of time to check out the wide selection of food and drink outlets here on the Cooper Associates County ground. We're going to restart at 4 o'clock with the Essex innings as Somerset look to make it 6 wins out of 6. So right now, as promised, it's the Thatcher's Apple Roll. Always a highlight. Toby, talk us through it. The main event at the interval here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Let's introduce our competitors for today. First of all, we've got Martin and Fred. Martin, any training in the lead up to this one?
We've been lingering up for the last sort of 20 overs, so yeah, a lot of prep's gone into this and we intend to win.
Fighting talk, and then we'll move across here to Davis and Dexter. Davis, now, bit of added pressure for you. You've got a family name to uphold here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Do you feel the nerves?
Never feel the nerves.
Pete, if I can bring you in, I'll come across your two sons here. Are you confident that these guys can get the job done?
I brought these two into this world for this very moment.
There you have it. Right, let's get into position then. We know the rules. Both of you have got to make your way up around the cone with your apple, and then your colleague will do the same before moving on to the next round. So, I think these guys are ready. So, on my mark, 3, 2, 1, go. A fast start, Pete. How do you think they're doing so far?
Well, it's 15 years in the making, talking about technique of rolling the 6-foot apple. Dexter looks like he's doing a great job.
This is the key moment, how you execute the cone and the turn. Dexter's fallen back ever so slightly. Fred is firing along here. Martin waiting to pass the apple across. It's pretty much neck and neck now. Davis makes a fast start, off he goes. Looking impressive, an athlete.
Yeah, a bit of extra experience, Davis, being the older lad, so he's doing a good job. He's 18 now, so he knows how to handle the apple.
Martin, though, has executed the turn to perfection. Martin in the lead. Davis needs to get a move on here, but it's going to be Martin to bring it home and a celebration to match as well. Sorry, Triggs. Not Davis and Dexter's day, but I'll bring you two guys in now. If you could just face around to the camera here. Martin, come and join me quickly, and Fred. Right, the competition is not over just there. To win the Thatcher's bucket hat, you have to have bucket hands. Who is the best catcher out of the pair of you, and who are you nominating for the next round?
All right.
Okay, Martin it will be. Right, if you make your way into the middle here, focus on that man in the cap down there. You have a couple of chances here to make the catch. It's going to go high up into the blue skies on 3. 3, 2, 1. That is seriously high. No sun in his eyes. No excuses here. Will he make it? Oh, he's blundered it. Butterfingers, right. You will get a second chance though. Can you execute the catch this time? He's getting a bit of jib from the Somerset stand, I'm afraid. There's a couple of cows up there that are making their feelings known. 3, 2, 1. Oh, there's a bit of running to do away to the right-hand side. Martin's got his eyes on, and he collects it this time. Martin, congratulations. He's won it for him and Fred. You get the bucket hats. That was your apple rolling competition for this afternoon.
One of life's great invites. Thatchers have invited me to their orchard to see the process from on the tree to in the pint. Shipplate Orchard is just 16 minutes from Myrtle Farm, Thatcher's largest orchard with 137 acres of land and home to 65,700 trees. It's got the most amazing views over the levels and across the Bristol Channel. No wonder our apples are so happy here. The apples include varieties such as Dabinet, Three Counties, Tremlett Bitter, and of course, the Somerset Red Streak. There's even a royal variety called Prince William, named after his favourite drink when at university. When it's time to harvest, we shake the apples from the tree using specialist tree shakers. It's fascinating to watch, and a lot more effective than back in the day when William Thatcher used to shake the trees by hand. Once the apples are shaken from the tree, it's just a case of gently sweeping them up. The harvester has giant brushes that collect the apples and transfer them to the trailer that's hooked up to our tractor. Right, my lovers, we got a trailer full of apples. We're back to Myrtle Farm now to press these into pints. So we made it to the processing farm. Here is John here, who we met earlier with my apples, ready to put them onto the weighbridge here at Myrtle Farm. Our trailers gently lower the apples onto the apple sorter and washer. So now we see nearly the end of the road for the Thatcher's apples, going into the cleaning facility. All of the, as I'd like to call them, bad apples are got rid of, dropped through the bottom, all the leaves and bits that the machines have picked up, all disappearing, and all those high quality apples going into the press a bit later on to make that famous Thatcher cider. It's ideal, this machine, but it actually came from the potato industry and works brilliantly for our apples. It's gentle on the apples, saves on water, and has been a fantastic addition to Myrtle Farm. We can shake, collect, deliver into the press within an hour. That's impressive and means we get the apples to Myrtle Farm when they are still at their absolute finest. The apples are fed into the mill and pressed into apple juice. Our cider making experts then ferment the juice and turn it into cider. This is probably the most important part of the whole cider making process. And then the juice is matured, blended, ready for tasting. The cider makers taste the cider every day to make sure it's absolutely perfect. Now that's a job to get. Hey, Martin, where do I put my application in? After a hard day's work harvesting the Thatcher's cider apples, it's only right that you taste the fruits of your labour.
Thanks very much, Pete Trigo, or maybe Alan Partridge, or something on those lines. We just saw the fruits of his labour. They lost the apple roll.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy about that. I don't think we'll see him for the next 10, 15 overs. I think he'll, if you go out into the car park now, Triggs has demanded those apples are given to him, and he's got the boys doing laps of Taunton with those apples. I tell you what they need to do, lads, it's an easy game from up here, I know, but the stalks, you need to get the stalk on the sides.
You've got to avoid the stalks. It's round. If you avoid the stalks, keep them on the sides, you're just rolling around a ball, basically. Got to keep it easy. So if you are just joining us now, if you've come to see what's going on this Sunday afternoon at Taunton, Essex bowled really well and restricted Somerset to 150 all out from 20 overs. And so Somerset will have to do pretty well here. Let's take a look at some of the wickets from the first innings then. That's a lot of good catching. I mean, that was a fairly standard one, but we saw a couple of really good ones. Caught and bowled of Harmer was great. There's one caught in the deep. And to dismiss Abel as well. Sam Cook just showing his ability with the ball there.
Yeah, Ben Green just playing down the wrong line in this one. These are a couple of the wickets a bit later on. I mean, in fairness to the batters down here, Somerset are already in a bit of trouble. They're having to go hard at it. This is dismissal from Van der Merwe, I think. Paul Walter makes this look very easy. As Triggs is back in the box, clutching his Oscar from that advert. Absolutely fantastic from Triggs. This is a great catch from Daniel Sams, going over his head. You have no idea as a bowler where that's going when Roller plays that shot initially.
Yeah. Reaching for it, only getting the top of the bat, and good catch. Yeah, pretty much full stretch, wasn't it there? Couldn't have gone much further away from him. And then that's really quite horrible shot from Matt Henry, who was trying to do a job, could have left it, would have been given a wide, but in the end, away that wicket. And the last one, Craig Overton, he was just walloping it in the hope that it might go somewhere for 6.
Yeah, that all looks a bit ugly, isn't it? But in fair to the guys you just seen get out, they were in a hole. And they're going to have to dig themselves out of it. And there they are. They've changed shirts. They're in the bowling shirt, Somerset. Craig Overton, 7 on his back. Bowled 4 overs off the reel on Friday night, 4 overs 0 for 15. Going to need to put wickets in that column, I think, if Somerset are going to have any chance against what is a really strong Somerset attack. I'm going to bow out for a little bit. Triggs is going to come back in. You can ask him about what he thought just unfolded.
Yeah, we
on
need
the
to get
pitch.
his analysis. He's shaking his head already. He's going to be off his long run, I think, here. So Somerset just going through a few final chats before they head out onto the pitch. We wait for the Essex openers and the umpires to join them as well. Trigo is alongside me, so we take a look at Craig Overton there. Triggs, what happened?
Well, the young one didn't want it. I think there's already on the family chat a little bit of blame going on. Davis is saying that Dexter bottled it, and Dexter was like, didn't really feel up to it. You know, a lot going on, mate. But one thing I know is they'll be making their own tea tonight.
We knew there'd be something. Well, here we go then, second innings, and as Sam was sort of saying there, Somerset are going to have to dig themselves out of this hole, aren't they? The bowlers are going to have to be on form today.
Yeah, we've been waxing lyrical about the bowling depth, the performances so far, and they're going to have to stand up, because I do believe that 150 is at least 20, 30 runs light of where they need to be. Daniel Sams, stand-up performer with 4 for 20, showed a lot of experience, taking that great catch of his own bowling, but yeah, to go at 5 and over at Taunton is an impressive performance. A couple of little bright sparks in there. The start from Lammonby, some good stuff from Sean Dixon in the middle there, but not a lot else with any substance. Just continuously having to rebuild and recreate partnerships, and that just seems to chew up ball after ball after ball. So not the fluent Somerset, certainly from a batting point of view.
But cricket's a funny old game. Could go either way here. A few early wickets for Somerset, and they will be right back in this. They'll feel that. If you were putting on the win viz, what are you saying? Where's the percentage for which team here?
I would say we're 70-30 in favour of the away team right now, at the halfway stage.
Yeah, well, let's see. That might well change as we go through this innings. So Somerset in their bowling and fielding strip. Get ready to take on Essex. And it'll be Craig Overton to start. And already Rossington having to defend that one. Good ball.
Yeah, I feel like Somerset probably need a minimum of 2, maybe 3 wickets in this power play for the day to go Somerset's way. Rossington, very dangerous player, has really come to the fore in the short format over the last 18 months or so, getting opportunities to play in different parts of the world, which only adds to your confidence.
In the air, that's going to go down the ground.
Straight down the ground. Yeah, he's reminds me of an old Somerset player, not just because of his stature, but Richard Levy, who played a fair bit with him actually at Northamptonshire. Very leg side dominant, likes to pull off of length, very strong on the leg side. Keeps the game pretty simple. Craig Overton with a comeback, flaps one up in the air. Rolf can't quite scamper around to get it. That's not Rolf, it's Sean Dixon. Yeah, that sort of swivel pulls kind of Rossington's strong shot, but he's got that horribly wrong, that extra pace and bounce from Craig Overton. Unlucky there not to get that breakthrough. That's what I would call the angry effort ball from Craig Overton. He does not like being hit for runs.
And a real tempter, just dangled in the air for so long, it felt like, didn't it? So it goes straight to the fielder, but along the floor. And we're seeing Tom Kohler-Cadmore in the keeping gloves for the first time for Somerset. Not sure about the yellow gloves. They look a bit like washing up gloves. Especially with the pink.
Yeah, they look like the sort of ones that are out the kit bag, the club kit bag. They don't look like a staff player's set of gloves, but I'm sure they do the job.
Nothing in the world smells like a club kit bag. So again, it's going to be Dixon doing the fielding at mid-wicket.
You see Rossington camping for that shot, even though that wasn't him, but that's very much the same sort of shot. They know, again, like the Somerset innings, they know that Craig Overton's a tall bowler. The likelihood he's going to be bowling into length. Das there just waiting for it, looking to swat it away on the leg side. Lewis Gregory reacting straight away, moving himself from first slip, putting an extra man in on the leg side.
In comes Overton again to Das, who's got hold of that one over the infield. That'll bounce a couple of times before crossing the rope, and that is another boundary. So 2 off the over there, 9 for no loss.
Well, so far, each innings mirroring the last. 9 off the first over. Time for Matt Henry to do his thing. A guy that's so impressive to watch. I mean, I watched his game against Hampshire, bowled an absolute beauty to get the dangerous James Vince out. Has a knack of just getting a little bit of lateral movement off the pitch and hits the deck extremely hard. Almost, one of those bowlers that you'd say bowls a heavy ball. I know that might not always sort of resonate with the cricket viewers, but he always feels like he's hitting the splice of the bat. Bowls a heavy length.
Well, this is your overseas signing here. Somerset will need him today to be at the top of his game. It's a low total for Taunton to defend, 150. In he comes, the New Zealander. And just following the batter a little bit there, I feel. Which probably was the right thing to do. Stopped it from being a 4, perhaps, and just the 1 run. As Rossington tried to make a bit of room for himself. Down the wicket.
Yeah, doesn't mess around. Rossington looks to come down the wicket and step to leg side. As a bowler, you have a tendency to sort of follow the batter, but that's almost what he wants. He wants it bowled in towards his body. Again, hitting that splice. Good length. Good, strong length.
Heavy ball, like you said, when it strikes the bat in a certain way in that height.
I think it feels that way because the top sort of third of a bat doesn't have much sort of. There's no middle there. You have the splice where the handle meets the wood, and if the ball hits that area, it sort of jars into your thumb, which gives that illusion of the ball hitting the bat really hard. Henry just going a bit fuller that time.
Craig Overton firing one in. No half measures, is there, with Craig Overton?
Yeah, he's a man on a mission at the moment. As I said in the last game, I feel like he's been unfortunate. He's been taken all around the world with England, hasn't had many opportunities. He's been left out of selection recently, so I just feel like he's got a man on a mission, point to prove again, and he's doing it in all the right ways with his intensity, his bowling performances. Rossington playing that pick-up ball, but he's in trouble. He's just flicked it out to deep square. And I think Tom Lammonby has taken a comfortable catch. So even though that's a strength area for Adam Rossington, today it's his downfall.
Big wicket, massive moment in the game here. Rossington so dangerous. Gone without really troubling the scoreboard. Out for 6.
Bit of a nothing shot. A bit of a
half-hearted.
That very much is a strong area for him, but that was just a bit of a flicky one, wasn't it? Not really very committed to that. Guys like Rossington, they normally throw the kitchen sink and some at it. That was just a bit of almost like catching practice, really. Very bizarre dismissal, but again, I think throwing the credit towards the bowler there. He's been jamming that splice, bowling that hard length. And that is the difference. That little bit of extra quality and extra bit of pace can create a little bit of indecision from the batter.
Well, when I first saw it there, Max talked a lot when he was up here about the wind coming across the ground there. And actually, that's the shorter side, but also has help from the wind. So as soon as he hit it, I thought, well, that should take the wind, should go. But it seemed to hold up a little bit, if anything.
Yeah, it just didn't quite hit the middle of the bat, did it? Just high up on the face, nearer the top edge. Somerset get their breakthrough, 11 for 1.
Yeah, crucial break. That's the wicket you really wanted early on if you're a Somerset fan. Oh, that's a good ball as well. That looked like it had an extra yard of pace on it from Henry. Flying through to the wicket-keeper. Good ball.
Well, nothing like having a little luck with your first ball, is there?
Sort of swipe at it from Pepper. It's Michael Pepper, who's had a very good start to this season. Essex a few games behind some of the other teams just because they were playing Ireland. Good stop, dot ball. Crowd enjoying that over. Breakthrough included, second over as well. I said about that, those early wickets it's not just about chipping away, but also about mentality and psychology, isn't it? And that will have a big impact.
Talking about mentality and psychology, Toby certainly needs a lot of help. He's down in the car park right now.
Village a visit as well. And of course, it will be open after the play finishes. So grab a pint, enjoy the live music, and have a great time. And if you are watching the kids and you fancy a different view of the cricket, it doesn't get much better than this.
And this one flicked over the leg side. That'll run away for 4. One bounce, yeah, good shot there. And a little bit loose from that, Craig Overton there. Giving that option. Sort of helping it on its way. Wasn't much in that ball.
It's more on, just play that on line more than anything else, just a little bit leg side. That's able to help that over the infield. Craig's response is a pretty good ball and a fine shot. Lovely bit of touch there by the batter. Just letting it run off the face of the bat. Very sort of Trescothic-esque. It was very strong in that position. Anything outside of off stump, just allowing the blade just to open, running that through that gully region. 4 without doubt. It was interesting actually, the Essex team set that field, didn't they? They had that guy out on that line. Be interesting to see if Somerset go to that, but they've decided to go the other way.
Well, Craig won't be happy with how this over's gone so far. And that was well stopped by Ben Green.
Yeah, great piece of field. I feel like this leaves Craig, I think, quite exposed. I would say that if you get him over mid-on, that's a really good shot. Just using the pace into that area, you can see Das has almost opened the blade on purpose the last couple of times, and you have to say it's almost lucky if it gets saved. Again,
and that's going to be 4 more. Trigo, you called it.
Yeah, I feel like that's a much easier shot for the batter to play against someone that bowls with pace and bounce than it. Pace and bounce hitting it straight is a challenge. It takes a great shot. I think letting it run off a square cut is just a good shot. So maybe a bit of indifferent thinking there from Craigo and the captain.
It doesn't look like they're plugging it. That long on still there. Big gap at the boundary in the same area. So what's Craig going to do? And this one goes straight through him. What a ball that is.
Straight into the marigolds of Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Yeah. Can't be much protection in a marigold. They do look like that at first glance.
Yeah, oh, referee has just scraped over the top of the bails and middle stump.
Das is 17 off 10. Great start for him. Overton in again, and this one again, another little punchy shot into the offside, picked up a point, and that's the end of the over. 23 for 1 is the score after 3.
Well out the over from Overton. That could have got a little bit expensive. Boundaries off the first 2 balls, but he clutched that back pretty well. Matt Henry being used again, his first over, having the success and the wicket of Adam Rossington. I'm sure the captain is saying, over to you, overseas star. Can you get us another one?
Yeah, well, that's why they're signed. Big name players. Did his job in the first over, or his first one, as that one's played out towards mid-off. Throw out the stumps. It's a bit of a wild one. Kohler-Cadmore had to stay back after Gregory threw it in. Just the single there. A few gulls hovering around. Probably waiting for a few discarded chips after that innings break.
Nothing more dangerous than a southwest swooping gull. They get very clever, don't they,
well,
around these areas, don't they? They know what they're looking for. If they see a battered piece of cod, they're down in no time.
Edged and gone. What a catch.
What a catch and what a delivery.
Brilliant.
The pace of the bowler to get the ball to carry off the outside edge that far. I mean, that is real testament to the heaviness of the Matt Henry delivery to carry all the way to the 30-metre circle. What an absolute beauty.
Oh. Nipped off the pitch a bit, taking the edge. Brilliant catch. Oh, it's good cricket all round from Somerset. And not a lot, really, you feel Essex could have done about that. As Das heads off.
Very unusual dismissal. Caught at 4th fly slip.
I don't think I can remember seeing that too often in T20s. A slip catch going all the way to
maybe off like a cut shot, but
Yeah.
not a genuine edge. That's quite extraordinary. That's a special bit of cricket there, and you'd say maybe a little bit fortuitous or unlucky from an Essex perspective, but yeah, to get a ball to carry that far off the outside edge, that's fair play from Matt Henry, and good captaincy, you have to say. Lewis Gregory sticking with the main man, realising or identifying that wickets are needed to make this a game. 14 for 2, sorry, 24 for 2.
Some push forwards, pick up a single. It's a quick run there. I tell you, if that had hit, he was gone.
Yep, that was out for all money, no doubt about that. Yeah, it's 24, 25 now for 2. The scoreboard in front of me, he's having a little bit of a meltdown in that top left-hand corner.
Yeah, it's in the full sun. Maybe it is literally melting down.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day here. I think I read in the press that it was due to be the hottest day of the year today.
Lovely stuff.
20 odd degrees. Beautiful.
Well, it's Pepper on strike to Matt Henry. Again, another great ball. No run off on offer there. And the crowd know it as well, appreciating this over. And the last one, this spell from Matt Henry. This is why someone like him has been brought into this Somerset side. Just that depth that they've got in their bowling now. Someone like Craig Overton, Peter Siddle, Josh Davey, Matt Henry. It's just such a powerful, skillful attack.
Certainly is. Not forgetting Lewis Gregory
No, of
and
course.
Rolf van der Merwe as well. I mean, it's options galore. Tom Lammonby could even bowl. Ben Green's been taking all the wickets, and a great shot there from Pepper. He has absolutely belted that through the offside. A little bit full of length. Matt Henry's trying to search for those stumps, and well met by the batter.
Well, you said that ideally Somerset pick up 2 or 3 wickets in the power play. Well, 2 down already, 2 overs left in the power play. You could be greedy as for that third one.
Yeah, I think they've got that. The scenario you don't want from a batting perspective, you know, the 2 guys in on naught having to rebuild. The last thing you want to be doing is rebuilding in the power play. I mean, not that it looks like Pepper's going to do much rebuilding. He's still going to go pretty hard, but I think they'll have to be a little bit watchful. I think, you know, there's a really large sample pot now of T20 cricket, and I think I'm right in saying that if you take 3 wickets in the power play, you have an 85% chance of winning the game.
Oh, there we go. Well,
So-
Somerset lost 2, yeah, so it would put them 1 up against the equivalent of the first innings. If they can get that third one, of course. Still 2 overs to go.
Yeah, you think 3 wickets, that's really your premier batters out, and you're then into the middle order to come up trumps. Still got some good players, Wesley, Walter, Daniel Sams, Harmer, dangerous players, but they don't have the volume of runs as your 1, 2, 3 and 4 in this format of the game, because, you know, the middle orders, your 5, 6, 7s, yes, they come in to ice the cake, but they don't get the big scores, what you need to chase a total, even though it is a modest one that Somerset managed to scrape to this afternoon.
They were bowled out for 96 2 days ago, Essex Eagles, against the Hampshire Hawks. Sorry, they're called Essex now. Still on some websites as Essex Eagles.
So yeah, there's a little bit of you know, mental scarring there. You know, having a blowout does have an effect, does knock the confidence. Somerset need to exploit that with some good bowling. An unlucky one from Craig Overton, and that's gone off the top edge all the way onto the rope for 6 runs. On the replay, you'll see that landed right on the rope. And the rules of cricket say that if that is the case, you get the maximum. Very, very unlucky from a Somerset point of view. Top edge for 6.
Yeah, that's the pace though that Craig Overton brings, isn't it? It's not a particularly long straight boundary. And he comes again. And fired straight back at him. That's going to run away for 4 as well. Overton's expensive here. Going at, well, in double figures from his overs so far.
Yeah, I feel like this is maybe not the game. You know, sometimes you get a gut feel, and you know, Craig goes bowled a length it looks like the Essex batters want. Even though he's been unlucky at times, I feel like maybe this over could have been a Gregory or a Siddle potentially. He's followed him there.
That's a horrible ball, isn't it, once you've already started moving. Hard to get out of the way of. But he did manage that, Pepper.
Yeah, when you move away like that, the weight's on your heel, so he's bowled him the old sniffer. And Craig Overton has certainly got a little bit of steam coming out of those ears. Good response, good cricket. Overton has had a bit of a tour around Taunton at the moment. He's halfway through his third over. He's already gone for 32. Can he get a breakthrough? He is not going to get a breakthrough. He's going to go for a few more, half a dozen more. Back into the Botham stand for 6. Craig Overton has been in such good form. He won't be used to this sort of treatment, but he's getting dealt with right now.
Well, this is punishment for Overton. Being sent all over the ground. 46 for 2. Not quite at the 5 over point yet. This ball is the last ball in this over. And half appeal, but it's been given as a dot ball. So that's the end of the 5th over. I'm going to swap out and leave you, Pete, with Sam Daly.
Cheers, Charlie. I think Craig Overton's got away with that. Ian Blackwell not stretching the arms. I feel like that was slightly down the leg side potentially, but we'll give the benefit of the doubt to my old roommate. Critchley on 2. Pepper on to 21 in rapid time. Bit of a contribution by Das, 17 off of 12. But all in all, you'd say that Somerset are just ahead of the curve at the moment, but a wicket here would certainly bring Somerset back into the game. Matt Henry going for his 3rd consecutive over from the Trescothick stand end. Starts off with a slowie. Hi, Sam.
Hey, Treeks. This makes complete sense. Matt Henry continuing. For me, as good a bowler as Craig Overton is, and he has been exceptional, he bowled 2 overs for 23 in a low-scoring game when you've got Gregory, when you've got Siddle, particularly Siddle, who will know these Essex players quite well. It just, okay, so Critchley wasn't there when he was there, and Pepper's quite young, but it just felt like a change was needed. Yeah,
I think you've got to react. You've got to go with your gut feeling in the shortest format. Lewis Gregory has made the call to bowl him 3 straight through. For me, even the best bowlers just have a day where it's not quite going their way. Great bit of athleticism there from Henry. Yeah, and I think 2 overs, no wicket, already going over 10s. Probably the day where you think, you know what, maybe it isn't Craig's day. He can come back later. So yeah, I do agree with you there.
Matt Henry, by the way, is bowling superbly. We've seen a couple of overseas players for Essex perform superbly with the ball. The value of them, Sams and Harmer. Now Matt Henry is a 2.2 overs, 2 for 9 so far, which is exceptional in T20 cricket.
Yeah, well, he's bowled hard length predominantly, but he has thrown in a couple of slower balls, an attempted Yorker. So he's been a little bit unpredictable in some ways, whereas I think Crago's just bashed the same length. And I think he's kind of been lined up a little bit. It looked like the Essex batters were as comfortable as you're ever going to be against Crago. Yes, he rushed them with a couple of short balls, but often in 2020 cricket, if you feel like you're having to go short, you open up so many areas for the batsman to score, and even the top edge that went for 6, the ball just flies everywhere. Can Henry get another wicket here? Another slower ball. Great bit of mystery there. Looks like he bowls that one out the back of the hand. So he's keeping the Essex pair relatively quiet, certainly from this end. I mean, yeah, like you said, magnificent figures so far.
I don't think Essex will be too worried though. Low scoring game. They're middle order, like Critchley, Walter, who is a superb cricketer now, Wesley and Sams, even Harmer. Like, they've got lots of batting, and this is kind of a glimpse into the future. Pepper missed the first couple of T20 games. I think he picked up an injury in the warm-up games, but he was their leading run scorer last year. And Critchley, who is on strike, also had a very good summer last year. Pepper just hits the ball so hard. I think he ended up with 100 gig last season. He's a proper stroke maker, and he likes playing against Somerset. I think he made 86 in the game at Chelmsford last year. Made 30 odd probably in the game here at Taunton. So he likes playing against Somerset. That's ball the power play.
There's not many batters that won't have Taunton in the very, very upper echelon of their places to bat. Henry finishing his third over, and what a great little spell that's been. Change of bowling at the River End as predicted, maybe 1 over too late, but Peter Siddle giving his cap to Ian Blackwell. Peter Siddle bowling against his former teammates.
Almost neck and neck then in the power play. Somerset were 55 for 2, Essex are 49 for 2. How Somerset would have loved that extra wicket. You'd be tempted to bowl Henry a fourth, because there's no point in saving him for overs 18 and 20. Well, you can only bowl one of them, but he's bowling so well. You probably, if you can get another 1-2 out quickly, you've got half a chance.
I think it's a tough one, but because of his style of bowling and how heavy he bowls the ball, I think you could also bring him back in the middle as an impact bowler for that one. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he bowled his fourth. That has generally been the Somerset way. When Lewis has got a bowler on a roll, he's happy to throw him another over. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he bowled out. I mean, you've got Siddle, Green that can bowl at the death, including Lewis Gregory, so other options. Siddle on an immaculate length straight away to the advancing Matt Critchley.
I think in what is a potentially shorter game, because if we're still playing in probably the 17th over, 16th, 17th over, Essex are basically going to have won the game. I think you've got to use your best bowlers up top. As many wickets as Ben Green has taken, he's been brilliant at the death, and he's had a lot of the slower balls, players hit them up in the air, but I think you've got to just get as many of Siddle, Henry, Gregory, Craig Overton up top.
Yeah, Somerset will be hunting wickets, that's for sure. Siddle seems to have hit a nice length there. Matt Critchley looks a little bit itchy at the moment. 3 off his 7 balls at the moment. Looks like he wants to feel bat on ball. They're ahead of the game, really. You know, the way that Somerset faltered throughout the middle and end of their innings. But that is the thing about T20, it is the turbo format. Sometimes the brain goes into turbo as well. Siddle bashing away, another top edge. Can Rolf van der Merwe get round? Of course he can. Somehow manages to take that reverse cut while sliding on the ground as only the Bulldog can. And that's a great bowling change. Peter Siddle into the attack, and the itchy Critchley is out.
You hadn't even realised until you said that you'd done it. I picked it up as soon as you said it, and as soon as I stood up and saw which fielder was getting underneath it, you knew there was only going to be one result. Safe hands, the Bulldog. Siddle, he had a couple of friendly words. He'd been smiling at Critchley, saying, "You're not feeling that comfortable against me," and the bowling change has worked. Haven't quite got 3 wickets in the power play, Trig, but near enough.
Yeah, that's a great wicket. Critchley is a dangerous player. Didn't look on song today. Was trying to create something, but you know, those old cliches, catches win matches. You know, maybe that does turn the tide for Somerset, put them in with a real chance of defending this modest total. Walter, dangerous player, hits very straight. A guy that's standing 6'7". I mean, making that kid look like one of those ones you get out of a Kinder Egg or something, that cricket bat. Tell you what, welcome to the crease. A beautiful sniffer there from Peter Siddle.
What Essex have got here, though, is their 2 leading run scorers from last year's competition. And actually, Walter, the improvements he's made in the last couple of years, half of his career 6s were hit in last year's tournament. Like, he's turned himself in to a proper all-round. Like, he didn't even bowl today. He took 14 wickets in 100 to get to the final with Manchester Originals last year. Didn't even bowl, but he's a useful batter. Decent strike rate too.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the bowling resources at Somerset here, and I think this is one of the real strengths of the club at the moment. You talk about the batting lineup, how many talented ball strikers we've got. It's just that, for me, the stars of the show are the bowlers. You know, Henry, Overton. Overton hasn't come off today, but you're backing it up with Siddle, Van der Merwe, Lewis Gregory, Ben Green, who's grown as a cricketer. Lots and lots of options at the captain's disposal. Very nice place to be. Siddle looking to finish off. This over goes short again. And what a great first over. Peter Siddle, 1 wicket, and only 1 run. Somerset of Essex 3 down for 49. you'd have to say. It's very much game on.
Absolutely superb from Peter Siddle there. It's not going to be Matt Henry, I don't think. Lewis Gregory's got ball in hand, although he is talking to Matt Henry. I think he's telling him where he's going to have to go and field. Indeed he is, being sent down to fine leg. Lewis Gregory, who, as Max Waller mentioned, is the second highest wicket taker in Somerset T20 history, I think. A few behind Max, not for long.
Lewis has got some real estate to work with there. The wicket is slightly right of centre as we look at it from the Troscothic stand. Any will bowl his bounces, slower bounces into the pitch predominantly. And a nice bit of room out there on the leg side to defend. As the ball's clipped out to Roelof van der Merwe with the longest underarm in world cricket.
She's just bounced unkindly for Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Just gone over his head. Luckily there was a fielder behind him. Two batters go down.
I've never seen it yet, but I said to Roelof about a decade ago that if I saw him shaped to do that underarm throw, I'd run, because it goes so high you could sneak a run. I've told him, I've warned him, no one's ever cottoned onto it. As soon as he goes to that throw, you could easily complete a run with the time it spends in the air. 1% is Salmon.
Come back for two there. Good running. Easy two in the end from Michael Pepper. You can see it was good work from, is it Ben Green out there in the field?
I think we've got Tom Abel at cow corner and
Sean Dixon at deep square leg.
Sean Dixon at deep square leg. Sean Dixon not renowned for being the quickest across the field, but Tom Abel certainly is. But that was the perfect gap for a two. Almost undefendable. Gregory into Pepper, who's played, I don't even know what that is, Sam, over to you.
Reverse pull, I think. It was a left-handed pull shot. Gregory saw him go early, and Pepper just nonchalantly flicked it around the corner. We see the side on here. Pepper gets ready early, bang, just turns it around the corner. It's a shot they practice these days. Pepper looks in very good form early on. He's moved on to 28 from 16 balls.
Swatting Maybugs, I'll call that one. That was a swat. Gregory into the attack. He's taken a few. Oh!
Already taken it. As did you, I think.
Oh, I think he'll be disappointed with that. I know he's gone one hand. He could have potentially got two to that Matt Henry. We could have had the second fly slip dismissal of the innings. Player of Matt Henry's quality, his athleticism. I think he'll be a bit disappointed not to have grabbed that. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh, to be fair. We'll call that a good stop.
He got a strong palm to it, as you said. It's good bowling from Lewis Gregory. Just followed Michael Pepper. Didn't give him the width that he was looking for and almost fell. Face off there from Gregory. Saw him coming and he just rolled the wrists. And that one went through on the bounce.
Straight through to Kohler-Cadmore. Manages to get a marigold onto that one. We're going to be in trouble from his sponsor, whoever they are. The manufacturers will be after me. Not sure about those yellow gloves though. Charlie made the point. I'll blame Charlie. Nicely bowled by Gregory. Opportunity here for Roelof van der Merwe. Shies at the stumps, misses. No extra run or buzzer as they're called. End of the 8th over. Somerset 59 for 3.
It's an over from an Essex perspective, that 10 off it, 9 of them to Michael Pepper. Thank you very much to our match sponsors, Nigel K. Ford, sponsoring this one, game between Somerset and Essex in the Vitality Blast. Very grateful to all our sponsors here at Somerset County Cricket Club.
Your local community funeral director. Hopefully I won't be in touch anytime soon, but thank you very much for your support. Peter Siddle having another over after his magnificent 1 over, 1 wicket, 1 run start. Going again. It's Michael Pepper, who's played some outrageous shots so far. And he's gone again. Is it all the way? Oh my word, he's played the ramp shot with the man back. And he's managed to beat him. That is incredible cricket from Michael Pepper. What a great shot. If you could sum up or in one highlights package the evolution of T20, I think that would probably be in the highlights package. All the way over van der Merwe. Fine leg for 6. Undeterred by that field setting.
bottom edge there. Good work from Cola Cadmore. It's just looked like he's jarred his knee, but he's absolutely fine. Good comeback from Siddle there.
Siddle using his experience there, following that up with an off-pace delivery. Michael Pepper, 37 off of 20. He's the danger man at the moment. Siddle in, hard length. Great angle on that. Splits the two fielders in the deep, 4 runs. Michael Pepper is off to a flyer. Somerset going to have to contain or get him out of there very, very quickly. The young man is playing magnificent innings so far.
Yeah, I think it will have to be the latter. It will have to be getting him out. There's very little containing Michael Pepper when he's in this kind of form.
A step away, swing and a miss. A little bit of banter there at the middle of the pitch. I'm sure Peter Siddle bowled a few balls at young Michael Pepper in the nets.
It's a good battle, this, isn't it? Boundary dot. Boundary dot. Siddle.
Money on a boundary?
Can't say that Siddle's bowled a particularly bad ball yet. Pepper's just batting beautifully.
Nicely bowled into the leg side. They'll try and scamper too. Will they make it? Lammers rushing in, but not much you can do. The perfect amount of velocity on that ball, just to dribble it into the leg side. They complete a 2. So that 1 over for 1 has turned into 1 over for 11. What's Pete Siddle going to go for here? His remaining delivery. There's a bit of conflab between him and the captain at the top of the run-up. The crowd wait with bated breath. Full house here at Taunton, enjoying the sunshine and the cricket. Straight into that block. Oh, well bowled, Peter Siddle. Get out of the over with a Yorker. End of the 9th. Essex move on to 73 for 3. Nearly at that halfway stage, and you can make the equation. Another good over here, and it puts Essex under a little bit of pressure, which they haven't been for a while, as we see the guys from the Somerset disability team testing out their boundary throw-in, chucking a few t-shirts into them.
Coming on to bowl from the...
Always something going on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground on a T20 match day. If you aren't able to join us in person, you're watching us on the live stream, try and make your effort to come to the next home game, especially where the sun is out here at Taunton. Fantastic. And you can come down and you can purchase one of the radios that are being used around the ground now. They're supported by Virtue Motors. Lots of people getting to not only be here, get a tan, have a nice bowl of fish and chips with a cider, and listen to me, Sam and Charlie. I mean, what a day.
What a day out. I think you just went off on one there, a bit of a monologue. I like that. I enjoyed that. Ben Green into the attack. I thought you were going to say something really nice about, like, welcome to the live stream, and the listeners, you're like, no, get yourselves down there. It's the Cooper Associates County Ground. I like that.
We want bodies in the ground, and we want the Virtue headsets on. That, for me, is the perfect combination.
Pace off from Green to start with. Pepper ends up with a hand off the bat. They come through for 1.
But it's great. I've met a chap that does the same role that we do for Cambridge United Football Club.
Oh, nice.
Introduced himself, said he very much enjoyed the live stream, and doesn't, because he lives so far away, doesn't get the time to come down too often. Very complimentary about the live stream. Ben Green into the attack. Walter down the pitch, straight up the shoot. And beautifully taken there by Tom Abel.
Yeah,
the wicket machine, Ben Green, off and running again.
There's something about him. Batters line him up. They think they're going to be able to hit him out of the park. And the number of wickets he's taken, I'll have to go back to my piece I wrote the other day. Something like 35 wickets since the start of last season.
I think looking at him, they think they're facing Tom Selleck, and they try and, they try and take liberties. And he's absolutely cleaning up. I mean, if any of the 100-ball teams are looking, Ben Green is in hot form. But in fairness to him, it's not just luck. I've seen multiple different deliveries that he's obviously worked on in the winter, so credit to Ben Green. He's evolving as a cricketer, learning, and what a great place to learn. You know, when you do play on a flat pitch, you have to have different tricks, and that was an off-pace ball. Walter's got it horribly wrong, and now you'd have to say that Somerset right in this fixture.
It was a weird one, that Walter. Maybe he started to feel a little bit frustrated, but actually he's had no strike whatsoever. He was watching Pepper hit it around the ground for the few overs he's been out there. 2 off 4, he's such a clean striker of the ball. He's gone. What they do have now, though, Middlesex, Essex coming out, is Tom Wesley, all his experience. He's now a bit more of a finisher. He bats at 6 for them in T20 cricket as he cuts that one away just for a single. He spent the majority of his career at the top of the order, opening the batting or batting at 3 in T20, but he's just redefined his role a little bit in the last couple of years, and he's very, very good at it.
Yeah, serious player in the noughties and tens. He's been one of the churners in county cricket. Very, very fine player. Had a little bit of exposure playing for England. Very, very high quality player to have coming in. So yeah, not job done, but certainly a middle. Should we call him Middle Essex just to help you out a bit, Sam? Certainly an Essex team that are under a bit of pressure. Middle Essex.
Yes, twice I've said it as well today. Twice I've said it.
Well, we'll forgive you. You're still living on Friday night. You're still wearing the same cap, so.
Euphoric recall from Friday. I haven't got my body warmer on today, though. My lucky body warmer.
Yeah, you definitely had a look at the forecast, that's for sure. Well stopped by Peter Siddle. Short fine leg there. Ben Green, another off-pace delivery. Can Ben Green get out of this over without too much damage? The halfway stage is approaching, and Essex are nearly half their wickets down, and they have half the runs. So we have a game of cricket on our hands.
1 ball left, the 10th over.
Another off-pace delivery, well bowled Ben Green. Very, very smart over there from Magnum PI. On that note, I will have a little time out, come together with some more random things that honestly I don't prepare, and let Charlie take us through the next few overs.
Cheers, Driggs. Yeah, halfway stage. He will be back in 5 overs time, and this game is really heating up nicely. 76 for 4. Essex out there. Michael Pepper going really nicely as well. Van der Merwe comes into the attack. Pepper has 46 off 28 balls, his first T20 appearance of the season. Picked up where he left off last year, their leading run scorer, and Wesley, well, I think he's in the top 5 Essex scorers of all time in T20 cricket. So he is a man who will not be feeling under any pressure whatsoever. He's going to take guard as Charlie Taylor comes back in next to me.
Well, 2 teams that bat very deep on the show today. Oh, good diving effort, but it's gone past him. That'll just be the single. I had to stop myself there. Nearly came back for the second.
Just shows how you never run off a misfield. They'd thought about a second because Tom Abel had picked it up and flicked it and just lost it for a second. They said no. Had they said yes, one of them would have been walking back off. It was a brilliant recovery from Tom Abel.
And Abel, his throw is going to come in lightning quick towards the stumps as well. Rolf van der Merwe, who will is such an optimistic cricketer. The game's never dead with Rolf van der Merwe. Well, this one very much alive at the moment, and he'll know that. He'll be thinking that another breakthrough. Who's down to come in next? Daniel Sams. Well, he can certainly bat. Just another single here. That won't displease Somerset too much. They're dealing in singles at the moment. Just draw this game out a little bit.
They bat really deep. You've got Sams, who's a big hitter, a couple of half-centuries last year. Palmer as well. Shane Snater hits a long ball. So plenty of batting to come.
Flicked in the air. There's no fielder there, so they will come through just again for the single. It's quite a spread field. A lot of gaps closer to the pitch. They're allowing those singles at the moment, Somerset. Looking to stem the flow of boundaries, which they've done well in the last few overs. Especially Ben Green picking up that wicket. Big moment there. Reverse. And they'll come through again for a single.
Van der Merwe had his head in his hands there because he knew.
Missed that.
And there's a big appeal going up.
Well, and whenever it's a Van der Merwe appeal, it is a big appeal. It's a theatrical appeal. 11th over here on a tight game. Low scorers are often the best games. This one's a quick throw. He's going to have to be quick, and there's a dive in from Pepper. And in the end, the throw missed the stumps. I think he might have been okay. It was my gut instinct. Although hands on heads from Matt Henry.
Great cricket all round there.
Yep.
Great bit of bowling. Did well to squirt that one away. Nearly a brilliant throw.
I think just looking at the replay, I think he would have been in. The dive helped him out there. Coming down the pitch a little bit here, but only able to knock it into the onside for 2. And Vandermeer won't like that. They got 2 runs off that final ball, but in the main, that was a good over from the spinner.
Yeah, 7 off it. So 67 required from 9 overs. 54 balls, 67 off 54 balls is the equation, but still, well, still 6 wickets left. If Somerset can pick up another 1 or 2 and really put the pressure on, I think Essex is, well, here, we'll just try and take a couple of overs to stabilise, just get through to 14, 15 overs with these 2 at the crease. Pepper is already set. You still play your shots, but don't take any risks. You don't need to hit every ball out of the park here.
Nope. Quite right, they've got time to rebuild. Pete's been talking about this last few games now, just saying, actually, especially when you're chasing a target like 150, but even in the first innings and you don't know what you're going to set, you've still got time to get yourself in. If that's what's going to get you a bigger score, if you can then accelerate and make up for those balls that you take to get in, then there's no problem with that in a T20.
If you need 10 and over at Taunton with 3 overs left, like, you're still favourites to win the game if you're batting. So there's really is no rush. Even though Somerset are taking wickets regularly, I still feel like Essex have stayed on the front foot. They've always been noses ahead, as we see on the screen there.
I agree. I think until there's a couple more wickets, Somerset's still on the back foot here.
Goes to the reverse sweep there, well bowled. Ben Green.
Yeah, very well bowled. Been very impressed with him this summer and the 6 games that we've seen him, including this one. Really come on as a cricketer in the last few years. I think captaining the side in the 50-over competition's been a really good thing for Ben. He's taken it in his stride. Done well in a very depleted side.
Pepper goes up in the air and it's going to go wide of Sean Dixon, who almost reeled it back in, didn't quite. Goes away for 4, and I think we should apologise to Michael Pepper because I think we've missed amongst the mayhem his half-century. Moves on to 54 there from 32 balls. Michael Pepper, it's been a brilliant innings from him. Batted superbly. Come out, first T20 game of the season. Looks in fine touch. I enjoy watching him play.
I didn't even see him lift his bat for the 50, so apologies, Michael Pepper. But yeah, very nice half-century.
Green then. First boundary he has gone for. Pace off again. And this time it will just be a single. They've already got their boundary for the over, Essex, and now they can just work it around, look for those singles.
Well, a boundary and 4 or 5 singles is a very good over for Essex at this point. All they've got to do is avoid losing wickets here, Essex, and they'll be in the game. Because the runs will come. There'll be enough bad balls or singles they can pick up. It's full. And again, just a single. Essex playing clever cricket here. Somerset on the verge of their first defeat in this competition this year. It's been a very good run. And interesting that Essex, not that long ago, qualified for the knockouts with 6 wins.
Slow ball again. Pulled away, but straight to Dixon. They're a very, very good side. I think they won 9 of their last 10 or 9 of their last 11 at the back end of last season's competition. Like, they were in real form after stuttering start and then lost. They got beaten quite comprehensively in that quarter final. Or maybe it's won 5 of their last 6. Won 9 games in total to get through after a difficult start. They were very good batting wise. Made a couple of hundred twice. And they were prolific. Their run rate last year in the competition was 9.2, which was only bettered by Somerset. So 2 very good batting sides going at it. But actually today it's been about the bowlers.
Yeah, we're looking at 2 very good sides here. Vandermeer to continue bowling to Michael Pepper, who is on 55. Reverses, it's a full toss. That's 1 bounce for And these runs keep coming now. That boundary already straight away in the over takes all the pressure off the batters here.
Yeah, Pepper is playing this very, very well indeed.
Oh, he's a quality player. And Vandermeer over there, full toss is probably exactly what Michael Pepper was hoping for, really.
His boundaries have come all the way around the ground. He's a proper 360 player, Pepper.
Same again, not quite the same result this time. Dixon does the fielding and they just come through for one.
A couple of sixes behind the wicketkeeper. The first one off Craig Overton wasn't particularly convincing, but the second one off Siddle, that deft little touch, was absolutely beautiful. And he's also struck Craig Overton down the ground. Where'd you bowl at him?
Got him! That is a big moment here, and that is Wesley who's got to go. Vandermeer pushing one up full, and Wesley unable to get a bat on it. So he's bowled. Another breakthrough. 5 down now, Essex. Things maybe do start getting a bit interesting. Pepper's still there, and that's absolutely key for Essex. While he's there, they are in the box seat, but wickets keep falling. They'll feel like they're coming back into this match.
Yeah, and it's a big wicket, that. It's a big wicket. Pepper is the one they want. It'll be interesting to see how Daniel Sams goes about this, because his natural game is to score runs very quickly. In his 12 games in the last year, his strike rate was north of 170. So his natural game will not be to just, well, find one boundary and then poke it around. So does he get inhibited by that? I don't know. Does Somerset tease him? Do they say, does Vandermeer try and just float one up above his eye line just to have a look and say, go on then, hit that, see what you could do, and if you strike it, fair enough. But you've got Craig Overton at long on, Tom Abel at long off. Pepper's going down to have a word with him. It's about smart cricket here. Essex should win this game. Pepper, being not out and set, should be the man. They're all batting around. There's no need for the others to take risks. But in T20, you play a natural game at times.
Yeah, and the mind can do funny things as well. As wickets start to fall, you start to get a bit worried. 54 runs to win. Plenty of time to do that. We're currently still got, what, 7.5 overs to go. That was a really full ball there, just saw the replay. And pulling that one a bit shorter, and Sams gets off the mark. Well, quite often you see these lower scorers turn out to be the most thrilling finishes, don't they? The big scores, quite often you see a big score and the other team fades away, trying to go too hard too soon and can't keep up. But it's these lower ones, wickets falling. Just it's tantalising, isn't it? T20s can be so good. The finishes can be so brilliantly exciting. And more often than not, that'll be a lower score, sort of 160s. That's a sort of perfect total if you want that sort of low-scoring thrill. This is 50. Oh, well stopped. Brilliant stop from Lewis Gregory. Now, was that a chance? The crowd reacted as if they were expecting a catch. I don't think that was a catching chance. I think he hit that straight down.
Yeah, bump ball, crowd catch. It was in the gap, though. There's two fielders long off and deep cover. It was splitting those two perfectly. So had Gregory not got a hand on that, I think it's 4.
Yep, that's saved 4 runs. Brilliant work. Sweeping, and the stumps, bails are taken off by the wicketkeeper, but really, I think in an attempt to dissuade Ian Blackwell from giving it as a wide, which he did.
Yeah, left arm spinner himself, Ian Blackwell. You know exactly what Vandermeer were trying to do there.
No left arm spinner sort of mates going on this. Union.
Union, that's it. That's the word I'm looking for. Well bowled. Looked, saw him getting in position early and just fired that in from Mando. 13 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Essex 98 for 5 in the pursuit of 151 runs for victory. Will Somerset's winning start to this competition be maintained? 5 from 5 so far. Will it be 6 from 6? That crowd we can see on the screen now in the Trade Nation stand, they will certainly be hoping so. Well, the majority of them, there'll be a few Essex fans that have made the journey down here. Welcome to them.
Yeah, that stat I mentioned, Essex, who squeezed through. I was having a look back to see what's the normal amount of wins you need in a 14-game group stage to get through, because just as Somerset were doing so well, Essex managed to squeeze through with 6 wins. I think there were a couple of no results in there, so they ended up on 8 points. But just 6 wins. Somerset here, if they pull off something, would already be at that stage and would still have 8 games left in this group stage. So they'd be putting themselves in a really strong position. I mean, they already are doing very well. Siddle will come in. That's very leg-sidey, almost would have been given as a wide. I suspect that he left it, but well fielded, and they come back just for 2 runs.
Yeah, good bit of work all round. Just so far out there that he's never going to stop to, really. Always going to run on the arm there.
100 up for Essex, 101 for 5. They require now just 50 runs to win. It's not a big target, but it's those 5 wickets down. Could cause issues. In comes Siddle, former Essex player, of course. I'll come in just for a single this time. Brings Pepper on strike.
So Siddle's in his 3rd over here. He's got 1 for 17 off 2.2. The big question, I think, in Lewis Gregory's mind here is Matt Henry. When do you bowl his 4th over? 3 overs, 2 for 10 so far. There's 6 overs left after this one. The problem is, like, this is the partnership. Sams and Pepper, like, they need to get one of these out, because if Henry comes on in 3 overs time and these 2 are together, then Essex are going to be nearly there. They just need that wicket. I wonder if the next over is the time.
Not given as a wide. There's a dot ball as Pepper just rehearses the shot. 61 off 40. It's been a great innings from Michael Pepper. Yeah, and also just looking down at who remains to bowl. Gregory's still got 3 overs left. We've got 2 from Ben Green, 2 from Van der Merwe, 1 from Craig Overton, 1 from Matt Henry remaining. Siddle in, firing it in quite full. And they keep it just to a single there. That's going to be well appreciated by this crowd.
Yeah, he did well to take 2 Tom Abel out there.
Yeah, batters must know that, mustn't they? They must look at who it is as well. They must say, oh, that's Tom Abel, not running on that. Oh, that's Van der Merwe, definitely not running on that. Pushed out into the offside. It will go straight to Roland van der Merwe. They take the single while the ball was travelling to him. 4 off the over, 2 balls to come. Required run rate here, 7.6 at the moment. And they're currently going at 7.5. So that's plenty enough there. They've got wickets in hand and only just 7.6 to get. Oh, nearly took his partner's head off there with that one. Craig Overton collects. Just the single. That's good going from Peter Siddle. Gets through that over without a boundary.
Very good from Somerset. Just 32 runs off the last 6 overs, and they picked up a couple of wickets. So they have the squeeze on Essex right now. I still personally make Essex favourites here. I think they're in the driving seat, particularly with Pepper out there. So the question is here, is it going to be Van der Merwe? Yes, it is. By the looks of things, he seems to be shaping up. I don't think you can leave Henry much longer.
Nope,
I think
I agree.
Maybe Henry comes back at this end, the Marcus Rakovic Pavilion end, and saves Siddle for 1 for later. I just think Henry has to come on and he has to try and take a wicket, because that is the way Somerset are going to give themselves the best chance of winning this game.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I wonder about when you play Craig Overton as well. Took some punishment early on. I wonder if they'll wait if Pepper does get out.
I don't think he will necessarily bowl 4 overs.
Yeah, might not even get his
20.
4.
As you said, Van der Merwe's only in his 3rd. Siddle's still got 1 left. Gregory's still got 3 left. He might still, but he also, it's possible he might not. It has happened previously. He has
really,
4 overs.
this game's really well set up here. This is, I mean, as you say, Essex in the box seat, but if Pepper goes out in this over, things will be quite different. And that's what Van der Merwe's going to try and do as he comes in. Oh, got him! Yes, he's done it! Thin edge, through to the keeper, and Van der Merwe, a man who so often makes the breakthrough for Somerset, has done it again. Pepper's gone, and now that pendulum, which we said was on Essex side, is swinging slightly back towards Somerset.
said if Pepper goes this over. He has gone this over. It's the first ball. I'm going to clip up the way you just scream Pepper as well. They're lovely, and just play that back on our WhatsApp group. I loved it. Pepper has gone. He's batted beautifully. Well played. Michael Pepper, 63 of 43 balls, but well bowled. Rudolph van der Merwe. And great work from Tom Kohler-Cadmore as well. First time he's taken the gloves for Somerset. High pressure, caught behind. It's the first thing he's had to do really in terms of catches or stampings behind there. He's done it really well. The marigolds have worked. Let's all go and get ourselves a pair of those in ode to TKC wicket keeping.
I would not advise keeping wicket with marigolds on.
The skipper then, Simon Harmer, out in the middle. He's a man who feels no pressure. Handy batter, Simon Harmer. One short of 1,000 T20 runs. Not that that milestone will...
Is he really?
He is really. He now
and here it comes.
Now has 1,000 T20 runs.
Well, that's a big milestone, actually, going up into 4 figures. So, well played, Simon Harmer. I would like to say as well, Pepper played brilliantly, I thought, up until that very last ball, but I don't think he did a lot wrong, actually, on there either. It's a good ball. So, yeah, well played, Michael Pepper. Has put Essex in a good position.
The future is really bright. I would have liked to see a bit more of Robin Das, actually. I think he looks a really good player.
He looks great.
He's had a great couple of weeks. 100 on his first-class debut against Ireland. Coming to the T20 side and scored runs.
In the air. Oof, not too far away from the Somerset captain.
And young Feroz Kushi unable to play in this game due to injury. He is a top player at the top of the order. I saw him make, I think, 50 in his second first-class game back in the COVID season in the Bob Willis Trophy. Like, he looks like he's got so much time at the crease. So the future is bright for Essex.
Here comes Van der Merwe again. Oh, he's taking a leading edge.
Ooh,
oh, there could be a run-out chance here. If it hits, he's gone. Is he gone? He has, he's gone. Yeah, they're celebrating. No. Umpire's not giving it.
I think Ian Blackwell might. Not sure that Van der Merwe has had the ball in his hands. Or maybe he got back because it was a real mix-up. Oh. Let's have a look on the replay. What's happening here?
Leading edge, you can see the off-strike batter comes all the way up. Throw from Ben Green. Not going to see from that angle. Let's see if we can find another angle.
The stationary camera. Harmer is never really interested.
Now, keep
look
an
how
eye.
Far.
Oh, he definitely took it cleanly. No doubt there for me. So he must have been in. Ian Blackwell not happy giving it. Van der Merwe was celebrating as if he'd gone, but Blackwell says no. Sharp from Somerset, though. That's in the air. That's going to go all the way. Well, look at that. Potential wicket and then a 6 the next ball.
That is an absolutely brilliant cricket shot from Simon Harmer. Turned himself into a left-hander. And that is a long boundary there, actually. That's probably the longest part of the offside of the ground for what would be right-handed Simon Harmer. And all of a sudden, the Cooper Associates cricketing ground, which was bouncing, had just fallen a little bit flat. One more ball then, and Triggs is going to come back in for the end and the Merwe is into Harmer, flicking it into the leg side. Lammonby is out there, so I think it will just be the one run it is. So 114 for 6. Essex are 37 they require off the last 5 overs. Let's have another look at that run out chance while Triggs comes back in.
There you go, the throw comes in and stumps are broken. Yeah, I can see why umpire Blackwell didn't want to give it. Rudolph van der Merwe wasn't keeping an eye on whether it was out or not from the umpire who was celebrating. But in the end, not given, and then the next ball hit for 6. And to see us through to the end, Peter Trigo returns. What are you making of it all, Pete?
Yeah, it's crunch time, isn't it? Right on the line. That run out was as tight as Blackie's trousers. I'm not sure you can give it from that angle. And I think my old mate has done the right thing there. Benefit to the batter. It's one of those ones I think you'd have to have slow-mos and ultra cameras and all that kind of stuff. So by the naked, I'm not sure you're giving that out to Van der Merwe. What a competitor in the game. Taking some key wickets. Ben Green now into the attack.
Well, the key moment in that last over was the wicket of Michael Pepper. Could have been a bonus getting the other one too. And run out at the non-strikers end, but in the end that wasn't given. Eventful.
Harmer's good in these situations. He's going to be a key wicket. I think he was very much the man that took them to the victory in the final at the end with Ravi. When Ravi played for Essex, yeah, he's a dangerous player, very confident cricketer, big strong fella, as I mentioned, those Hands like shovels as well.
Well, I
Big,
don't.
strong
It's,
lad.
it's not too far to say he's a bowling all-rounder, really, is it? With Harmer, he's a serious cricketer, bat or ball.
Yeah, certainly does it all. Daniel Sams as well is known for his 2020 hitting, so certainly game on at the moment. Ben Green using all of his skills at the moment.
Ouch.
That crucial stage of the game. I think neither team has really taken the game by the scruff of the neck. It's always been kind of on as even all the way round. You know, the first overs mirrored each other, the power plays kind of mirrored each other, everything's kind of mirrored each other. You know, a stuttering middle order, guys in on naught at the same time, which is kind of a big no-no in 2020 cricket, but a great ankle hit there. Craig Overton doing a brilliant job there, using his long levers to coordinate with Tom Lammonby, saving a couple of runs there.
Yeah, and all those runs are so useful in these low-scoring games. We've not got much of a target. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, didn't see it. It was in my blind spot here, so it's great work from the tall fast bowler.
Palmer using his feet an awful lot at the moment. Ben Green, and again, wonder if Tom Kohler-Cadmore's thought about coming up to the stumps to keep Palmer in his crease.
Yeah, against the sort of medium pace of Ben Green.
Is he that confident? I'm assuming Tom Kohler-Cadmore doesn't practice quite as hard wicket-keeping skills as your frontline wicket-keepers would do. I'm sure he's very, very competent, but standing up to the stumps against medium paces is not always the easiest. Ben Green again searching for that Yorker length out to Tom Lammonby. End of a pretty smart over there from Ben Green.
Oh, they're still holding back Matt Henry there. Still got one over from him to go. When do they look for Henry's last over? We've got one from Overton, one from Siddle still to come, 3 from Gregory. He'd have to start bowling now. He'll use all of those. And Van der Merwe. Who's it going to be?
Ben Green looks like he's going to maybe bowl through. He's in a bit of a good rhythm there, but are they going to save then so many different options available to Lewis Gregory? I think you just have to go on gut feel, really. You know, you've got 2 pretty good death strikers in Sams and Harmer on at the moment.
Well, it's Peter Siddle against his former club. Daniel Sams on strike. Oh, this one takes an edge. Now it's in the air. Will it be taken? Oh, just too far away from the fielder. Diving. That would have been a big moment. Hit Tom Abel there. He tried his best. He covered a lot of ground while that ball was in the air.
Just out of his reach. A thick edge. Squirted off the outside of the bat.
Not at all where he meant to play it. Oh.
Inches away from a crucial dismissal, because then you're really into the realms of one batter, someone who's just going to try and get the batter back on strike, and that changes the dynamic. At the moment, you've got 2 boundary hitters in, which is what Essex need at the moment.
Yeah, this is a massive wicket, isn't it? As you say. Who are you bringing in? Snater. He can hit the ball. How reliable that is. Won't be as much as these 2.
Well, you have to think that the run rate is very much in Essex's favour. I think we're still on that 70-30 split. I don't think it's changed much. Somerset just didn't get enough runs, 20-30 runs short, really. You think, you know, towards the back end of a T20, 10 and over is very attainable if you play well. But I suppose, in fairness, these guys are batting 7 and 8 for a reason. They're not the top order players. They don't have that bulk of runs. You know, Simon Harmer's been playing for a long time, and yes, he has just ticked over that milestone of 1,000 runs, but you know, you've got guys out there getting multiple thousands of runs, so he's a fine player, lots of experience, but not that weight of performance behind him in terms of big run scoring.
How many did Alex Hales just bring up? He just brought up a massive milestone.
11,000.
11,000 T20 runs. Incredible. Well stopped. Well stopped. Dot ball. Siddle having a bit of afters with his ex-teammate.
We like that. That's nice, isn't it? There's that hyper competitiveness, but the ability to laugh as well.
Yeah, 2 Aussies out there together. Great competitors.
all his experience here. What's he going to do? Daniel Sam just clipped down the ground. Is that a chance? No. Drops short of Craig Overton, which in fielding terms, he's like Mr. Tickle. He's got arms and legs everywhere. If it's even likely to be catchable, he's going to catch it, but just dropping short here. Change of field here. Lots of gesticulating from Lewis Gregory. Mid-off going back, fine leg going up. Realising that maybe Simon Harmer isn't a ramper. He's going to look to hit more straight, but who knows what can happen. Harmer into the pitch, a big swat through to Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and that ends a very good over from Peter Siddle.
Yeah, I've got some bad news to bring you, I'm afraid. The ECB's just released a statement about Somerset's Jack Leach, who of course is preparing for the Ashes at the moment, and it's been confirmed he will now miss that series because of a low back stress fracture. He developed low back symptoms during the Ireland test. This was on Saturday, and a scan has, this was Sunday today, has revealed a stress fracture which will keep him out of the Ashes, which starts on the 16th of the month. So England will have to announce a replacement spinner for that series, but very bad news. Very sorry to hear that Jack Leach will have to miss the Ashes because of that fracture. It'll be absolutely gutting for him with all the bad luck he's had throughout his career. A little bit more to add to that now.
Yeah, big shame for Leach. Our thoughts are with you, great
Absolutely.
man. As Matt Henry comes back into the attack here, but I think it was a phrase used years ago. You're not a bowler until you've had a lower back stress fracture. So welcome to the club, Leachy, in a way that you don't want to really sign up for. But I'm sure the medical teams will look after him, and I'm sure the fans in the Somerset area will support him when they see him around Taunton. But for now, Matt Henry bowling the 18th over. Gone for a sweep. The ramp. Daniel Sams, but he's found Peter Siddle. Throws his head up in the air in frustration.
That run rate up to 8.8 now.
Yeah, it will fluctuate. A boundary will drop it down quite a lot, and a string of dot balls will shoot it up through the sky. It's really crunch time here at Taunton. I'm not really sure which way this one's going to go. Still feel that Somerset will need wickets to win this game. Harmer thick edging one down the ground. Daniel Sam saying no to the second.
Got to be careful with those throws as well now. Don't want to give away any needless runs.
Yeah, I had a career first after 30 years of playing cricket. Consecutive fives.
As a batter or as a bowler?
No, we were fielding, and my club team I played for yesterday. Consecutive fives. Never seen that, and unlikely to ever see it again. Great bit of bowling there from Matt Henry, hitting that block hole. Best he could do was chip that down the ground to Rolf van der Merwe.
Both overthrows on a tight game?
Yeah. Singles.
Turned into,
you know, headless throws at the stumps when the batter's miles in, no one backing up. 2 in a row. Bizarre.
10 runs off 2 balls, that's pretty good.
Bowler fuming.
Yeah, I bet.
Anyway, let's not have any of that nonsense here.
Henry in again now. They're going to push for 2. They've started running hard here. They'll come back. It'll be fairly simple runs. So just picking up runs here.
They've hit that pocket, deep extra cover there. No chance of saving 2 from van der Merwe. That run rate now hitting 9s. Still very much comfortable. 9 and over these days, especially here at Taunton. Feel like a wicket to shake things up is going to be needed. Henry into bowl, and he hits the base of off stump. What a beautiful delivery. Harmer, head up in the air, a swing like a rusty gate, and the ball has rattled off stump. Somerset, are they taking control of what has been a tight game all day?
Oh, you held back there, Pete. You said Somerset, are they taking control, rather than saying they are. Oh, what a game.
You've got to sit on the fence in the position we're in now, but that is a great delivery. Matt Henry honing in on that base of off stump. I think maybe even a little bit of a slower ball. It looks like he was through that shot way too early. Fine operator, Matt Henry. He's been hard to hit all day. He's currently got figures of 3 for 15
Here are your wickets. He's got Rossington, Das, your two openers, and now Simon Harmer right at the death. This, that's, you bring in a overseas marquee signing like that, and he's doing the job. And this isn't the first game he's done this in either. What a great player. Somerset got their hands on here. Last ball from him then.
Shane Snater on strike. Another off-pace delivery clipped into the leg side. They'll look for two, and they'll get two. Lammers unable to get that one. Unfortunately, maybe it could have been 10 off with it being Snater's first ball.
132 for 7.
We look at our family day. We've got Somerset versus Glamorgan Sunday, August the 20th from 11 AM. There'll be face painting, magicians, a petting zoo, inflatable cricket games, Bath Rugby are here, Yeovil Town Football Club, and the Taunton baseball team will be there for the kids to have a little go at that.
I cycled
get
through
that in the diary.
I cycled through the park with the baseball team where they practice, see them a few times. It's great. Good fun.
Well, I think that there would be some transferable skills from
Absolutely.
cricket to baseball as Ben Green starts his last over and bowls a full toss that's belted up into the air. Is it long enough? Is it going to be caught? What a catch on the boundary. Tom Lammerby's held his nerve. What a great catch. And the dangerous Daniel Sams is on his way back. Somerset are on top. Somerset are flying.
He said it now. What a catch. That would have been really stressful there. Taking a look at the boundary rope. Where's the ball above? Tough work. Look at him stepping there just to make sure he doesn't fall onto it. And look at the celebrations right there as well. Somerset, no, that is a huge, huge moment.
For all those club cricketers out there that have, I'm sure, had many of those. The catch over the shoulder, running backwards, probably one of the most difficult to take. Not to mention running towards the Somerset stand with 3,000 or 4,000 people all screaming and shouting. Tom Lammerby has taken that like he's catching pigeons.
Sorry, that's
I've silenced Charlie.
I don't know what to make of that.
Catching pigeons. What a great catch. Ben Green, the wicket machine Green is on fire.
He's done the job again here for Somerset. He's just taking 2, 3, 4 wickets in the game.
He's too
every
cool
game
for school, Ben Green. He's pulled up in his 1980s Testarossa Hawaiian shirt.
Another 2 runs there and a bit of a misfield. And they come through safely. This game has really warmed up, hasn't it, here? These low scorers, Pete, they're the ones which get you.
They do, yeah. I mean, at the halfway stage, 150, never enough. 3 overs ago, never enough. Quality piece of bowling from Matt Henry and a great piece of fielding from Tom Lamberby, and all of a sudden, there's a chance. And the run rate has just crept into double figures. Another little bit of a pressure point for the Essex batters. And now, of course, they're very much the bowlers at the wicket. And let's face it, there's no such thing as a tail ender in county cricket these days. They can all hit the long ball. Still a bit to do, but Somerset will feel pretty happy with their position and the way they've scrapped into a winning position.
And what's good, even if Somerset did go on to lose this, is that we've seen them chase totals, and now we're looking at them defending a low total. And actually, you say here that Somerset have got skills both batting and bowling. They look like a really well-rounded team here.
Yeah, it's great for the competition, to be fair, in terms from a Somerset perspective. You know, if they can, you know, just keep gaining little bits of confidence, so they're not going to win every game. The likelihood is they won't win every group stage game. It'd be great if that was the case, but you know, you can look back from that sort of pool of performance and yes, we saved that, we chased this and we defended this. Brilliant for them. You don't want to have too many tosses going your way. Ben Green again into the pitch. Another brilliant Yorker. Chip to Matt Henry. He takes the catch. And the Green Machine.
The Green Machine
is relentless at the moment. Ben Green has been absolutely fantastic so far this year. Key wickets at key times. He's done it again.
Brilliant work, Ben Green. And I tell you what, he's putting variety on the ball, isn't he? He's doing a lot with it, actually. It's causing problems, yes, here against number 9 and 10 at the moment there. So it's, you know, against those lower order batters, but still, as you say, all these tail-enders can hit a long ball. You get it wrong, that ball can easily go for 4 or 6. But he's getting it right.
I think he's going to start a trend here. Subtle skills and a terrible moustache is the recipe for success in T20 cricket. Absolutely brilliant. Couldn't be happier. Ben Green, hard-working cricketer. He's been on the sort of, I suppose, he wouldn't have been one of the known names necessarily in the Somerset squad, but the last, I think since that big 150 that he got at the back end of last season, he's really come to the fore. So all credit to him. Lewis Gregory now bowling the final over.
Yep, captain.
13 required.
Taking it on. This one sort of smeared into the leg side. Not a well-timed pull shot. They think, oh, there's going to be a run out. That's it. The game's over. Somerset have won. Run out to finish. Lewis Gregory celebrates. And look at those celebrations. That's how much this means to them. They posted a low total and they've defended it. And they've defended it well, Petrie.
Yes, Charlie. That celebration, for me, tells me that they know they've won a game they should have lost. That's a great performance by Somerset. They've held their nerve. Matt Henry, Ben Green take a bow. Look, Rolf van der Merwe taking a couple of the key wicket in particular of Michael Pepper, who looks so dangerous for Essex. Well played to him, but I think winning breeds that confidence. Winning becomes a habit, and I think Somerset have stole one tonight.
Absolutely, and they're 6 from 6, top of the table, 12 points from a possible 12, and already 8 games to go. They're already, you'd say, looking at a top 4 finish here. It would be a disappointment if it went any other way from winning your first 6 games.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say they're the form team. It's about peaking at the right time, these sort of tournaments. I think that the way that they're winning in different ways, different people are stepping up to the plate. They're being able to rotate bowlers in and out. Josh Davey bowled beautifully the other night, and he isn't even on the 11 now for this game. So I think they're doing it in different ways, which I think will add to the confidence around the dressing room. I'm sure after a couple of tough games this weekend, they'll have a few drinks in the sunshine on that balcony, really enjoy themselves. I mean, you look at the crowd now, clapping the players off. You know, we're 100 metres away here, and I can see the smiles on everyone's faces. So, you know, it's outstanding for the club, brilliant for the area. There's that real buzz. You know, the sun's started to shine eventually this summer, and Somerset are flying. So, brilliant for the southwest, and brilliant for Somerset.
A couple of things, points I want to make. No, Tom Banton and the team, although they didn't post a high total, were able, bringing Sean Dixon there, looking at Tom Lambie at the top of the order. Positives to take in those respects. Not a lot of others from the batting actually at this point, but seeing Tom Lambie open the order, open batting, that's positive news for Somerset in particular.
Yeah, I think in terms of, if you look at recent history, I think it's not a harsh thing to say that the reason Somerset did well last year was Riley Rousseau. Riley Rousseau dominated the whole competition, and he failed later on in the competition. And that's the reason, that was the end of the competition for Somerset. They were so reliant on one person. I don't feel like that's a great place to be as a team. Whereas now, as I've said, you've got different contributors all the way through. You can lose a Tom Banton and still get over the line. I don't think the batting was great today. I think there are areas to improve, but they've got enough on the board, and they've defended it brilliantly. I don't think the batting's fired yet. I don't really feel like it's the finished article. I think there's work to do in that area, but the bowling attack is on song. Craig Overton, who was magnificent against Hampshire, has taken a bit of tap, but someone else has stepped up. Ben Green, the green machine, is relentless at the moment. Fair play to him in particular. Matt Henry, great signing.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing I wanted to mention, you came in to join me on the 15th over, and at that point you came in and said Essex are still 70-30 to the good here, and I think they were 5 or 6 down at that point. That shows the mentality of Somerset, the way they've gone about that. At no point for them was this game over. Not at the halfway stage, not even in the 15th over when we were saying that Essex was still favourites. There's a mentality about this group that they don't know when a game's gone, which is a great place to be.
Yeah, and I'm very, very happy that they've managed to turn that around. But I don't regret that statement. And I think that, as I said, the way that they celebrated, I think they would have felt they were not quite in the game as well.
Absolutely.
So there was a couple of balls there on replay at the moment. That one from Matt Henry was an absolute key wicket. Harmer, dangerous player, but you look, he's through the shot, a subtle skill, and it looked like an off-pace Yorker, head up in the sky, some what you'd say shots that you play when you're under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't hold your shape, you swing the bat a little bit hard, the head goes up early, and Somerset were there at the right time. They've taken a couple of good catches, and that run out, I think, run outs are known in the trade as team wickets, and I think Somerset look a real strong team.
Yeah, and that's great to see. And as you said, that point about Riley Rousseau, that you say it's not a one-man team at all, and you can see that today. Taking Tom Banton out, okay, the batting didn't fire brilliantly, but this team still came back.
And it's great to see the last vision of the game is, as you called them, the Marigolds.
The Marigolds, they won the game.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore's Marigolds whip off the bails for that final wicket and get Somerset across the line, get them the points, and they go 6 from 6.
Brilliant work. Pete, it's been a pleasure as always. Thank you for your contributions, and we thank Sam Dowling as well, who's not around. If you hang on here on the live stream, we're going to get some post-match reaction from, I should think, the captains. Certainly Lewis Gregory, maybe we might hear from some others as well after a win out of the jaws of defeat, really, you'd say, the way it was going. Somerset have burgled one today, but they've done it in a brilliant way as a team. So from me, Charlie Taylor, and from Pete Trigo, and from Sam Dowling, thank you very much for watching. Stay tuned for some post-match reaction, and we'll see you for the next game.
Well, I'm on the boundary rope with one of the match winners today, Ben. What a phenomenal performance. And again, you're finding different ways to win at the moment.
Yeah, of course. The first half, we probably didn't post as many as we thought we needed, but the boys showed great fight in that second half to manage to get the win.
And personally for you, fantastic figures, 3 wickets, a brilliant performance. You must be thrilled yourself too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just bowling a few slot balls and people just keep hitting them fielders, but I'm going all right, yeah. Cheers.
And talking off fielding as well, obviously a run out to finish things too, Lamanby there. All in all, around the field, it was a pretty tight display, you have to say. With Essex chasing that total, which I guess by Somerset standards maybe not quite as high as you maybe would have wanted to post. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when you're defending a low total like that, you need to take your chances, and we caught well, fielded well, tried to save as many runs as we could.
And I could hear the celebrations there up in the changing rooms. I know you guys won't be getting ahead of yourselves. 6 from 6. What do you put down this run and this camaraderie that you seem to have amongst the group at the moment?
You know what, I think we've got great energy around the group at the moment. Everyone's contributing, and it feels like we've just got something great going at the moment. Morale's high, and we're on this train, the cider train. So.
And you sense a real connection with the fans as well the last couple of weeks. Obviously, we've been blessed with this glorious weather, but it seems as though as you walked off there, the fans are so behind you, and we're continuing to see packed Cooper Associates County Ground. That must mean a lot to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. They're our 12th man out there. The sport that they show is unparalleled to anywhere else in the country, so we very much appreciate that.
Well, a massive congratulations to Somerset and yourself. Ben Green, everyone!
What a win that was, and many thanks to all of you who came out to support this fantastic Somerset side here today. You really played your part, especially magnificent in those closing overs. Next up for Somerset, a trip to Hampshire on Wednesday. Next game here at Taunton is against Surrey on the 16th. Have a fantastic Sunday evening, a safe journey home, and thanks ever so much again.